hosting the movies. All right, good morning. Let's let some folks into the courtroom. Ms. Wilson, my apologies. I don't think I let her in. Sorry. All right, now I think my settings are good. Wonderful. Good morning, everyone. 36th District Court is now in session. I am Judge Shannon A. Holmes, serving as your presiding judge. Good morning to each one of you. I'm going to let you know, nobody in the courtroom said good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, George.
All right,
good morning.
Mr. Reed, good morning. Mr. Reed, Mr. Fike, as you all should know, we have a number of people in the physical courtroom on this morning. And so what I am going to ask is that we get the conference room set up while I am doing the veterans docket. If I have some veterans on for this morning, I would like, Ms. Cleveland is already down. I would like to have those individuals rotate with the attorneys. Hopefully they know, the attorneys know why individuals are physically here on this morning so that we can keep things moving. We can keep them moving. And so we'll make sure that you all know what's going on without having to stop my docket every single time, because we do have a number of people in person on today. Mr. Yancey, good morning to you. Do we have any veterans on for this morning? Because my docket is all changed up this morning. So do we have any?
Good morning, Your Honor. I did ask Mr. James Toller to come in. Also, we had James Fry that was on the docket, but he is currently in residential treatment through the VA, which I confirmed, and I confirmed with Mr. Kasheri. So it wasn't enough time for me to get him on Zoom because he's only been there since Friday.
All right, very good. And so what I'm going to do, Mr. Yancey, is I'm going to first have the attorneys place your appearance on the record, and then I will call Mr. Fry's case, and let's give a new date to make sure that he doesn't fall through the cracks. So attorneys, you may proceed.
Yes, Judge, thank you, and good morning again. For the record, Jesse Reed, Veterans Treatment Court, Drug Treatment Court, Specialty Court, Defense Attorney, P 23863. And Judge, if I may, I'd like to make a motion, a continuing motion, that my appearance be for all my clients this morning. Thank you, and good morning again, Judge.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Reed. Your motion is granted.
And good morning, Your Honor. Robert Fikens, P 31894, Specialty Court Defense Attorney, and I would make the same motion.
Right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Reed. Mr. Fikens, good morning to you, and your motion is granted. All right. And then I do see that our two veteran mentors are on this morning. Mr. Parker, let's start with you. Place your appearance on the record for me.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jimmy Parker, Veterans Treatment Court mentor for 36th District Court. Good morning.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Parker. Good to see you this morning. So good to see you. All right. And then Mr. Scott.
Morning. Thank you, Your Honor. Kevin Scott, 36th District Veterans Specialty Court mentor.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Scott. Good to see you. We have one veteran's case that I'm going to call at this time for James Fry, case number 210-456-7901. Mr. Yancey, who serves as his case manager, has indicated why he's not going to be with us on today. And so, Mr. Yancey, I'm going to give him a new date, and that is going to be, Mr. Yancey, you'll be able to update us. So what I'll do is I'll put him on for the 25th of June, and that will be at 8:45 a.m. so that you can update us, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or Mr. Yancey, do you need more time to get that update? Or to connect Ms. Price with Mr. Kasheri, and let's get everything updated?
I can give you I can give you some kind of update on the 25th, for sure,
All
and,
right.
and it'll get more thorough as we go on.
Okay, wonderful. So then I'll put him on, Mr. Yancey. What I'll do is I'll put him on for that Tuesday, and that will be at 1:30. Let's change that time to 1:30, so I don't mistake it for something else.
Okay, that's
Okay,
super.
and that'll be just to get an update, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. And then
Judge-
Mr. Trimble has a few minutes before he's expected to arrive. So I'm going to ask you all to let's give him a little bit of grace, because he does have about 5 more minutes. Oh, Mr. Trimble, I'm sorry, he is in warrant status. So I'm going to remove him from my docket. Mr. Yancey, or for the mentors, has anyone been able to contact Mr. Trimble?
Your Honor, I haven't been able to contact him, but I did get information that he got his apartment. So, so I will be able to contact him. I'm sure he wants to do everything to keep that apartment. So, I think he'll be back on in short order, Your Honor.
All right, very
Your
good.
Honor.
Make sure you tell Mr. Yes, go ahead.
I apologize, Your Honor, for interrupting you. Yeah, I
That's
saw
okay.
Mr. Trimble a couple of weeks ago, up at the VA. He was doing well. I guess he must have been in the process of finalizing that paperwork, as Mr. Yancey has just intimated to regarding his housing situation. I have not seen him since then, but I can inquire, with the young lady, the case manager who was assisting Mr. Trimble. I will send her a message this morning to see when the last time that they have communicated with him, and I will pass that information on to Mr. Yancey.
All right, wonderful. And who is Mr. Trimble's mentor?
I am, Your Honor, Mr. Scott.
All right, Mr. Scott, if you can tell Mr. Trimble, I am more concerned about him getting back on track, staying on track. He's made a lot of progress. I don't want to see him go backwards. So tell him to come in. Tell him I need him to come in. I told Mr. Yancey, I think a week or so ago, I'm not interested in sending him to jail. I'm interested in getting him on track. And he can't get on track, at least not with this court, until he comes in and tell him stand up in the paint. Tell him, come on, be a soldier and stand up in the paint and come on and let's take care of things, okay?
I would definitely convey that to him, Your Honor. I don't think I can do it with the conviction and the look that you're giving him right now, but I would do my level best. You can believe that.
All right, do your best. That's all I'm asking for. All
And I will
right,
also,
very
Your
good.
Honor, I will also stop by and see Mr. Fry as well. This
Yes,
week,
please do.
just to have a conversation with him as well.
Please do. And look, listen, tell him I am so proud of him that he knows what's going on. He's very in tune to his recovery, and he did what was necessary to get back on track. And tell him I'm proud of him. Just make sure you convey that to him. I'm so proud of him. And I look forward to seeing him, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would convey that to him today.
All right, very good. Mr. Griffin, I don't see Mr. Toller in the courtroom. Is Mr. Toller in the courtroom? All right, Mr. Yancey, Mr. Toller needs to speak with an attorney. Is that correct?
Yes, and he needs to come up and screen, and then he needs to speak with an attorney, very much so.
All right, very good. And so, Mr. Yancey, I'm going to do it in a little bit of a reverse order. I'm going to have him speak with the attorney because he's going to be with me for a moment. I'm going to have him go in the breakout room, the conference room, and speak with an attorney. And then I am going to send him up to screen, and he'll be with me until his test results come back, okay?
That sounds great.
All right, and so Mr. Yancey, are you able to come down and man the, because I think that's protocol, or can one of the officers do? I have a lot of people in my courtroom today.
Okay, I'll come down, or somebody will come down within the next 2 minutes.
Oh, let me hear what the officer said. Miss Officer Lot, what did you say?
I said, we'll do what we can to keep up with it.
Okay, Officer Lot said they'll do what they can to keep up with it. So if you all could get Mr. Toller in that conference room, I think it's already set up. And let's do it. All right, very good. And then who is Mr. Toller's mentor?
I believe that I am Mr. Toller's mentor, Your Honor, Mr. Scott.
All right.
Yes.
All right, very good. At some point, Mr. Scott, if not today, during court session, I would like for you to make sure you connect with Mr. Toller because we're having some concerns, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor, will do.
All right, very good. All right. Ms. Wilson, if you could place Mr. Toller, and who's going into the breakout room with Mr. Toller?
I'll go in, Judge. I'll go in with Mr. Toller. Judge, a preliminary matter, I was informed by Mr. Yancey that he has an intake, a veterans intake, of Mr. Wyatt. If that person is in the courtroom.
They're not here yet, Mr. Reed. So
Not here
we'll let you all know when they arrive and we'll get them squared away.
Thank you, Judge. I'll talk
Okay.
to Mr. Toller now. Yes, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please leave your device on mute until your case is called. Otherwise, I'll put you in the waiting room and you'll be there till the end of my docket. All right, thank you so much. I am ready for the case managers. There are several individuals who had to report in person. I did not want to send everybody up at one time to test. And so, Ms. Harris, good morning to you. Do you have anyone in the courtroom that needs to go up and test? One more time.
I'm gonna take him up to test now.
Okay.
To get that done, and then I'll bring him back down, so that he can talk to his friend at some point. And I just wanted to talk to you briefly, actually, if you have a moment, can I do that right now?
Yes, ma'am. Is Gomez on my docket?
Yes, he's on it.
Yes, yes, yes. I have so
He's
many
under
people.
written.
There we go. Yeah, he's not on for intake, so we gotta make sure we have the right caption.
Your Honor, I am your Spanish interpreter for Mr. Gomez. Good morning. Your
Thank
Honor.
you. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Wait. Can you mute me, Miss Matt, for a second? All right, Mr. Reed, Mr. Vikings, as you all know, we have a number of people that are here in the courtroom. I think we have at least 8 folks, and there are still people signing in. Good morning, Ms. Jackson. And so folks that had to be summoned to come in, I'm going to work them in between my scheduled dockets, but I'm going to try to keep and stay true to my timeframes as much as I can. Thank you. So
Your
I
Honor.
am ready now
Your Honor,
on, yes,
I am ready to go into a breakout room with whomever. If people want to pick somebody to
I
send
don't-
into the breakout room, I'm happy to
Ms.
do that.
Cleveland, do you have some folks that need to go to the breakout room?
I'm waiting for my intake, but I don't believe she's here yet. I'm gonna ask my clients that are here for violations here to see if any of them want to talk to the
Attorney?
Yeah.
Okay, and then let me know. We'll let you know. Okay, when you get an invitation, just go ahead.
Thank you,
Judge,
Judge.
Thank you.
Judge, I talked to Mr.
Mhm.
Toller, and I'm ready to proceed whenever Mr. Yancey is with Mr.
Okay,
Toller.
we're not ready on Mr. Toller just yet. He went up to test, so I'll, all right. Let's do it. I'm ready on, is for my 9 o'clock folks. I have Nora Garrett. Is Miss Garrett on? All right. I'm going to go now to Parrish Van Pelt. I have case number 237-596-221. Mr. Van Pelt, please unmute and state your full name for me.
Good morning, Paris Van Pelt.
All right, good morning, Parrish Van Pelt. How are you this morning?
I'm pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing very well. Thank you, Mr. Van Pelt. Listen, I know that we have a lot going on today. I know that I'm going to see all of you in person next week on Thursday at 10:30 a.m. at Ford Field. Actually, you have to be here at 10. You have to check in at 10 o'clock a.m. at Ford Field. I want to take this time to remind the entire courtroom, please do not come at 10:31. There will be nowhere for you to check in because the ceremony starts at 10:30. So if you have not checked in, then you are not there, and that's going to be a missed court date. So I need you to make sure you are there at 10 o'clock. If you have questions about what's going to go on or where to be on next week, Thursday, the 27th of June at 10 o'clock a.m., please see your case manager. They have all of the answers. So I want to make sure that everybody knows that. Can someone please turn off Mr. Murphy's camera? Thank you so much. It's disruptive to me. All right, Mr. Parrish, I'm going to move a little bit quickly, but for everybody in the courtroom, if you are having any issues, any problems, any concerns, if you're having issues with testing, if you are having issues with treatment, if you are not going to testing, this is the time for you to speak up. I'm just checking in with you all on today, but this is the time to speak up. I am going to hold you accountable for not sharing with me things that you know that you've done, things that you know that you have not shown up for. I want to make sure they know that you will be held accountable, because in this program, not only are we working on recovery and sobriety, but we are also working on discipline and accountability, because we are all adults, right? And those are 2 qualities that you are going to need for the rest of your life if you are going to be successful in life. So I want to make sure I put that out there. So when I ask you that question, are you having any issues, concerns, or questions that you need to raise? Do like they do at the Justice of the Peace. Speak now or forever hold your peace and your pieces, because I am going to hold you accountable. So, Mr. Van Pelt, I'm not fussing at you. I'm fussing at the whole courtroom this morning. And it's really a care fuss. It's not a I'm mad fuss. It's a I care fuss. And so, Mr. Van Pelt, what questions, concerns, or issues do you need to raise with the court on this morning?
I have no issues or concerns. I just talked to Miss Cleveland either yesterday or I talked to her yesterday, and they thought it was a missed drop, but I just missed at the center. So when I missed at the center, I came down to 36 and I dropped there.
You did the right thing and you came on the same day, right?
Yes, I did, and I actually made a payment on my probation as well.
Come on, do that. Bring that money home. All righty. Very good. Very good. Mr. Van Pelt, you are in compliance with the program. You are working it. You're doing everything that you're required to do. Ms. Cleveland did not bring any concerns to my attention other than you're doing very, very well. And we are extremely proud of you. And I look forward to seeing you next week. How about that?
Great. I look forward to seeing you guys as well.
All right, and you know that you are in phase 3 and you are working it. So I want to encourage you to keep working it, okay?
I got you.
All right, your next date is June 26th at 10 o'clock a.m. 27. Why am I going to the 26th? It's the 27th. That's a Thursday at 10 o'clock a.m. at Ford Field. Ms. Cleveland, place your appearance on the record and tell me if you have anything else to add as to Mr. Van Pelt. I'm going to pick up the pace a little bit this morning.
Yes, Your Honor. Toshi Cleveland, case manager for specialty court, and it's actually reporting. I have no issue today to report.
All right, and the good news is that he is doing well, and I love it. Yes, so far he is doing well. All right, Ms. Van Pelt, you are free to leave. Take good care of yourself.
Thank you. Will do.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, Mr. Toller, has Mr. Toller made it back down? He did not. Let's keep going. Miss Cleveland, I have up next Nora Garrett. I have the following for Miss Garrett. I have case number SP 119-10811. Miss Garrett, unmute and state your full name for me, please.
Good morning, Nora Garrett.
All right, Miss Garrett, you have something you want to share with me this morning?
I'm just having concerns with housing still. Other than that, I'm doing good.
Well, did you miss a test? I told y'all better tell me what's going on. Did you miss a screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Why'd you miss a screen?
Actually, I thought they closed at 9 o'clock that night, and it was 7 o'clock. And because I remember the lady saying, when I asked her in the morning time, I said, what time y'all close? She said 9 o'clock. So I thought it was for the nighttime. But I went the next day and tested though. I didn't know I could come down there.
Now, Miss Garrett, this is business. And if somebody if I tell you your appointment is at 9 o'clock, why would you automatically assume that it's 9 o'clock at night? This is business. Nobody is really conducting this kind of business at 9 o'clock at night.
Yes, ma'am. It was in the morning. And when I asked her what time they closed, I forgot they closed in the morning. Do they open back up in the evening? So I took it at 9 o'clock at night. When I said, what time you close? So I took it the wrong way.
All right. And so, Ms. Garrett, you know that you got to show up for testing, right?
Yes, ma'am. I'm on it now. I know what time I close.
All right. Now. All right. You have been in compliance. You've been doing the things that you're supposed to do. And so I am going to verbally warn you that you want to make so that you can make sure that it is at the top of your radar.
Yes, ma'am.
I have to show up for testing. Don't assume anything. If somebody tell you 9 o'clock, you need to ask AM or PM. Okay?
Yes. Right.
All right. Very good. Ms. Cleveland did bring to my attention that your test the following day, and I thank you for going to test the following day, but I don't want people to think that we do makeup tests. You must test on the day that your color or your number is called. I appreciate if you test the next day, but we don't do makeup tests. So I just want to make sure that's clear. And so Ms. Cleveland did tell me that the next day your test was negative. And so I'm glad to hear that. I understand that you're still having some housing concerns. Ms. Cleveland, work with her. between you and Ms. Price to try to connect her to resources to help with housing. We want to make sure you're in a stable environment and an environment where you can thrive, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very good. Any other questions, concerns, or issues?
No, I don't have anything else. I'm doing good.
You are. How's your healing going? You're on track with your healing?
It's doing good. About 80%. I got a little bit more straightening out my knee.
All right, I'm proud of you, Miss Garrett. You work in this program, you've gone through some major stuff, and you're still getting it done. So I'm extremely proud of you.
Thank you.
All right. Miss Cleveland, is there anything additional to report as to Miss Garrett?
Thank you, Your Honor. No, I don't have anything additional to what was said today.
All right. Your next date, Miss Garrett, I'm going to see you in person on June 27th at 10 o'clock a.m. at Ford Field, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be there.
All right, very good. You are free to leave.
Thank you.
All right, I still don't see Mr. Toller, so I'm going to keep on moving. I am going to go now. I'm on schedule because my next slot is 9:30. Is Mr. Cotton on? Who has Mr. Cotton? Is Mr. Cotton on? If you're on and your camera's not on, I'm going to just keep moving. All right, I'll circle back to Mr. Cotton. Let me see who I do have on. I'm ahead of schedule, so case managers, forgive me. Miss Cleveland, you're in my courtroom. I know Miss Harris is trying to go into a breakout room. Miss Harris, are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, for the interpreter, for the Spanish interpreter, if you could turn on your camera for me.
Good morning, Your Honor.
There we go. Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you will interpret the words as spoken by the parties in today's proceedings and that you will do so completely and accurately without any additions or deletions? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name as well as your qualifications.
Inés Ucros, I-N-E-S, Ucros, U-C-R-O-S, qualified Spanish interpreter with the Michigan Supreme Court.
All right, thank you. And so I am going to send an invitation to you and to Ms. Harris. If you could, Ms. Harris, do you already have the participant with you?
Yes, Your Honor, and I believe I can return to breakout room 3 as well.
All right, so if we could send them to breakout room number 3, and then Mr. Reed or Mr. Fikens, who's going in with them?
I will go, Judge.
All right, you're a little muffled, Mr. Fikens.
I'm
So
sorry.
let's put, there you go. All right, we'll send you in.
Thank you.
That is better. All right, we'll send you in. Good morning, Ms. Walker. All right, so Ms. Wilson, if you could do that, that would be great. Thank you, Ms. Harris. Let's go to 9:35 a.m., Ms. Cleveland. Who do you have at 9:35 a.m.?
Not at 9:35, mine are coming in at 9:45.
All right, Mr. Yancey.
I don't know what happened.
Ms. Harris.
Yes.
While I have you, are you able to, since the interpreter will be in with the attorney and Ms. Price, are you able to come out and do a few cases? Because I think you have some 9:35s that might be here.
If I could just have 1 minute, I need to review the actual treatment court order with him, with the interpreter.
Okay, all right. Do you have anybody at 9:35?
I have, I believe, Kelvin Russell.
All right, very good. Then who has Billy Anderson, Marcus Harris, Mr. Paredes, and Shabazz Champion? Mr. Yancey, go right ahead, Ms. Harris. I'll do some of Mr. Yancey's things. All right, Mr. Yancey, if you could join us. Good morning, Ms. Price.
Good morning.
All right, we have a couple of intakes that we need you to do, as well as a couple of people that are in the courtroom that you may need to speak with. I'm not certain. Okay? All right, awesome. Is Mr. Yancey on with us? He's coming. There he is. All right, Mr. Yancey, I'm ready on a few of your people. You got a chunk of time. I'm ahead of schedule, actually, and I'm gonna keep moving because your
I'm
folks
ready.
are on.
I'm ready.
All right, let's do it. Mr. Yancey, I don't see Darrell Cotton. I know that he was on, but I don't see him anymore. Was that your person as well?
It was not.
Okay, all right. Let's go to Billy Anderson. I have case number Z 808-8851. Mr. Anderson, unmute and state your full name for me, please.
Billy
Let's send
Anderson.
him a- There we go. All right, Billy Anderson, how are you today?
Doing well.
Very good. Mr. Anderson, you heard my spiel earlier. Then when I asked, because we're just gonna move because I have a heavy docket today. It's going to get better, but Mr. Anderson, you have any questions, concerns, or issues that you need to raise with the team
No issues.
or with me?
No, I don't have any issues, anything.
All right, everything's going well with you?
Right, I'm taking care of everything that the court ordered.
Very good, including showing up for your testing, right?
Yes.
All right, awesome, awesome. Mr. Yancey, it's my understanding Mr. Anderson is in phase 3. Is that correct? And that he is in compliance? And
Your Honor, he's in phase 3. He's doing excellent. He's close to
all right,
phase 4, probably the next Zoom hearing after graduation. If he keeps doing well, I'll be recommending a promotion.
all right, very good. Then Mr. Anderson, if you don't have any questions, your next date is going to be June 27th at 10 o'clock a.m. at Ford Field in person, okay?
Okay, the 27th at Ford Field.
Yes.
Okay, June.
All right.
Okay, I'll be there.
All right, very good. Good to see you, sir.
All right, take care.
You do the same. All right. I also have Mr. Yancey. Do you have Mr. Ellerby?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay, can somebody find out who Mr. Ellerby belongs to? And then I don't see Mr. Villetta. Mr. Villetta was scheduled for 9 o'clock. Is he on? All right, let's find out who has Mr. Ellerby. Mr. Yancey, who else? Do you have anyone that is appearing on the screen? I see Mr. Calamy is here. Is Mr. Calamy your matter?
He's not, Your Honor, and I don't seem to be able to see everybody on the screen for whatever reason. I think the people I have left, I had to go identify Mr. Toller because he didn't have ID. I have Mr. Paredes that's supposed to come on, and I believe I have Mr. Champion that's supposed to come on.
Okay, they're not scheduled until 9:35. And
Okay.
so I think Mr. Toller, did Mr. Toller just come back? Mr. Toller is ready to join us. I don't want to keep the veteran staff waiting. And then who has Mr. Cotton's case? That's not you, Yancey?
That's not.
All right, I need some assistance. I need to find out who has Cotton as well, but Cotton keeps their screen off, so.
Jackson.
Okay, Ms. Jackson. All right, thank you, Ms. Jackson. Do you have Mr. Ellerby as well? All right, thank you. So yes, if you could just find out who Ellerby belongs to, that would be great. I have Ms. Jackson for Mr. Cotton.
Okay.
All right, let's go. Let's go to Mr. Toller. Is he here on here?
It's on your 130.
Okay. All right, let's do it. I have for Mr. Toller, case number 230-4 443-3501. Mr. Toller, state your full name for me. All right, Mr. Toller, why are you here in person when you were scheduled for a consultation? Wait a minute, speak louder into that microphone.
When I was in the later part of May, I was tested for marijuana. I had edible, you know, it was gonna pop up.
In the middle part of May.
Later part of May.
The later part of May. Mr. Yancey, tell me about that. What's going on?
He's had a positive screen on June 11th and June 13th for THC.
That's not the later part of May, Mr. Toller.
That text actually said that's when he found it in my screen, later part of May. When I came on June 4th, all my tests was good.
Mr. Yancey, did he have a positive screen in the later part of May?
I didn't see that, Your Honor, but I think the later part of May was when he, I believe, started to partake. I will double check, but I did see these screens in June.
Yeah, I need to know what his screen was in May.
Okay.
Because he's saying that he came June 4th and was told that everything was good.
I'll look that up now.
And so he's recently had some positive tests, Mr. Yancey? Uh-oh, you're muted.
Yes, Your Honor, June 11th and June 13th.
So now you tell me what's going on June 11th and 13th or around that time.
I didn't think nothing was gonna come up, Your Honor, and I apologize, I may have slipped up somewhere and.
So Mr. Toller, that means that you are not maintaining, you're not practicing abstinence, because that means you're trying to figure out where you can use substance and hope that it don't come up in the test. Is that what you've been doing?
Yes, ma'am, I'm just trying to, I went wrong where I should have, I said, I apologize for what I did. Hopefully it won't happen again.
Well, that's what we're here for, to help you. But we can't help you if you're not honest with us. So when you came on June 4th, did you tell me that you had used some marijuana at the end of May?
I didn't know that, well, when Jesse texted me, I didn't know that it came up.
But if you used it, so I want this to be a teachable moment for everyone, because I'm going to hold you all accountable for coming before me when I ask questions, that bonus question, any issues, questions or concerns that you need to raise with me. If you know that you are doing something that you're not supposed to be doing while you're with me on this probation, then you need to speak up. Don't wait until the test results come in. Don't wait for somebody else to tell me. You tell me, because this program is about you being honest. It's about you telling us what's going on so that we can make sure that we are addressing any needs or issues or concerns that you may have. Because what happens is, if you don't bring it up and I don't get the test results for 5 or 6 days, sometimes that's beyond my control, then you think in your mind you're getting away with something. And guess what your mind's gonna tell you to do? Do some more. Am I right?
Right.
That's what's gonna happen. Let me do some more. Let me see how much I can get away with. You're gonna push the envelope. And so it's incumbent upon each one of you that when you know that you're doing something, I appreciate Vic, who will say to me, Judge, I failed and I'm struggling, because now Vic, we can get you the help that you need. We can make sure we align you with the appropriate resources. That's what we're here to do. This court is not designed for punishment. But when you stand before me and you're not being truthful, that's when you're going to have an issue with me. Using is not going to send you to jail. Standing before me not telling the truth will. That's the bottom line. Don't make me jump through 10 hoops. Just tell me what's going on. And so, Mr. Toller, I appreciate you telling me what's going on. I'm sorry that on June 4th, I was not made aware. I have in my notes from June 4th that you have stable housing, 60+ days of sobriety, that you had some uncompleted tests, no obstacles reported, talked about the probate of the property. Your victory was getting used to the program. And as a matter of fact, on June 4th, I gave you an incentive for achieving a proximate goal and moving a proximal goal to what now is a managed goal. And you were given a judicial applause. So I'm sorry that I was not aware on June 4th that you were using marijuana at the end of May. But I do thank you for coming in today and being honest. So Ms. Price, in response to that, I believe that he is in phase 2. Mr. Yancey, is that correct?
That's correct, and I do not show a June 4th positive.
No, June 4th, he came to court.
Oh,
but
okay.
in May, he's saying that he was positive.
Okay.
And so if he was positive in May, I should have known about it. I have nothing that suggests otherwise, but I'll give you an opportunity to check the records.
Okay.
Okay? All right. And so, Ms. Price, I would like for him to speak with you because his abstinence is a proximal goal. And it sounds like he's been maybe using, and you told me yes earlier when I said this, and kind of trying to time it. And if it's not showing up on the radar, he keep it quiet too. But you understand that there's an issue, right, Mr. Toller? And that's what I need from you. I need you to be honest about where you are and what you're doing. So Ms. Price, instead of issuing a sanction, I would like to, and I don't know, it's because he's connected to VA services. Is that correct? Is Mr. Toller? Yeah, he's getting his at the VA. And so if you could schedule with maybe Mr. Kashiri to do a reassessment of him to make sure we have him aligned with the right level of care. And if we could reach out, I don't see Mr. Kusheri on the screen this morning. If we could reach out to Mr. Kusheri and just let him know. I need that to happen sooner than later. And let him know that he was honest about his May usage as well as the positive June test. All right. What else you want to tell me, Mr. Toller?
I feel like I let myself down. I brought my sister to court with me. She mad at me because she know what I'm going through, and I'm just trying to make it through the program. That's what she wants me to do, the program.
Well, where's your sister? Where's the sister? Sister, good morning to you. Now, I don't want you to be mad at Mr. Toller because I'm not mad at Mr. Toller. Mr. Toller is in a program to help him with substance use. And so if I could push a button for everybody that walked through that door and just push that button and say, you will never use again, I promise you, I will push that button right from my bedroom on Zoom. I'd have a button at home I could push that connect to the courtroom and we would be shut down for business. The reason he's here is because he needs help with not using the substance, okay? And so please don't be mad at him. It's a part of recovery. Let's work with him. Let's put our arms around him, get him the help that he needs, encourage him to stay on the right track, encourage him to continue to be honest with himself and with you and with me like he was on today. And let's encourage him because sometimes we feel like, I know when we're on the outside looking in, we think that, oh, it's just easy, just don't do it. But being the sister of a person who was addicted to drugs, to substances, I know that that's not easy. And we have to be there to encourage them through it, okay? All right, can I get you to do that? Can I get you to be my cheerleader outside of the courtroom? All right, thank you. I appreciate you. I'm now dubbing you as a cheerleader, an official cheerleader for Mr. Toller. Tell me your name.
My name is Carla.
Tanya? Carla Toller?
Yes.
All right, Miss Mack, we got to write it down. She is an official cheerleader for Mr. Toller. And so we're going to get him to where he needs to be. That's it. All right. So you know you got to look out for him, right? Hold him accountable. but be patient with him. He's working it. And as a matter of fact, he's made some great progress since he's been with us. I don't want you to forget about that, Mr. Toller. We're not throwing that away. I heard you say you feel like you've let folks down. No, it's a part of the process. He's made some great progress. So we're gonna get him up and get him back on track, okay? All right, thank you so much. All right, Mr. Toller. So today, I'm gonna find out from Ms. Price if you can get with Mr. Kusheri. I'd like you to do that today, be reassessed. And I want Mr. Kusheri to give me some feedback and whatever clinical adjustments that he makes, I want you to follow them. Do I have your commitment to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very good. What else do you have for me?
I did that, kind of bothered me a little bit, but I'm gonna try to work it out and hopefully, it don't happen again.
And that's what I want you to bring to your table, to the table, that you want to do better. You want to do something different. You're gonna get there, okay?
Team and everybody's been good, so I feel that I let them down, so.
You didn't let me down. And I don't think you let the team down either. When you let me down is when you come and make me jump through hoops and tell me all kind of wild stories. And you like somebody sprinkled some stuff over your face while you were sleeping at night and you sneezed and it got in your mouth. That's gonna let me down. But you just stood right here and told me, yes, Judge, I'm indulgent. All right, so you good. You still my Mr. Toller.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so your next day. Mr. Yancey, did you have anything else? And if you could print out his test results for me and email those to me, please, I need those. Mr. Yancey, did you have anything else for Mr. Toller?
I don't have too much from Mr. Toller. He did tell me the truth earlier. He did have a 528 positive. I do see that. Other than that, I don't think I have anything else on Mr. Toller besides the 611, 613.
All right, thank you. Before Mr. Toller leaves the podium for the mentor for Mr. Toller, Mr. Scott, I think you told me you are Mr. Toller's mentor.
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
All right, I need you to connect with him. Let's encourage him to get up. He can overcome this. I don't want him to lose his momentum. He's made a lot of progress. And so I want him to get up and keep going because he can do it.
Absolutely, Your Honor. I will connect with Mr. Toller as well.
All right, awesome. And so before Mr. Toller leaves that podium, I need everybody in the courtroom to join me in thanking Mr. Toller. He has served in the U.S. Army. And so we are so thankful for his service to this country and his service to us. Thank you, Mr. Toller. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. All right, very good. I'm gonna have you have a seat until your test results come back this morning. And then Ms. Price or Mr. Yancey or Mr. Scott, somebody confirm with me that he can get in to be reassessed by Mr. Kusheri. I'd like that to happen today, if not today, before the end of the week, because we lose a day tomorrow. I'd like that to happen. And then I need Mr. Kusheri to get with Ms. Price so that information can be communicated to me. And then the next time that I will see you, Mr. Yancey, I would like to schedule a consultation for Mr. Toller with you. What day next week and time can you do that?
Your Honor,
you know what, Mr. Yancey, I'll have to do it on the 25th at 1:30. You can change that, but for docketing purposes, I need to do it. I need to put it on for 1:30 because we're going to be getting ready for graduation and they blocked me. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So 1:30 with Mr. Toller. And then I'm going to see you, I'm going to see you in person on the 27th of June at 10:00 a.m. at Ford Field. Okay. All right. Very good. Have a seat till we get your test results back. Mr. Yancey, you all have to let me know and confirm that everything is good with Mr. Kusheri, and then I'll release him. Okay.
I think, Your Honor, Ms. Kusheri might be off until Thursday.
Okay. All right. then let me just get test results and then I'll release him. And then Mr. Yancey, Ms. Price, somebody make sure that Mr. Kucheri knows that Mr. Kucheri knows that I need a reassessment.
Yeah, I can easily do
All
that.
right. All right, thank you very much. I am ready now to continue with my, you've let the folks in, yep. I'm ready now on Mr. Paredes, Shannon Paredes. I have Z8086581. Is Mr. Paredes on?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Paredes.
Good morning.
State your full name for me, please.
Shannon Paredes.
All right, Mr. Paredes, I indicated to the courtroom on this morning, I'm going to see everybody next week in person at 10:00 a.m. at Ford Field. It is your next court date. And so on today, I'm touching base to make sure that you're doing well. I've also stated, I think you've let a whole new group of people into the courtroom. So I've also stated to the courtroom that, listen, I am going to hold you accountable if something is going on. You are expected to share that information with the court. You are expected to share the information with the court. All right, somebody needs to get with Miss Boykin. She's not dressed appropriately for court. So let's make sure we help her out. All right, very good. And so with that, before I start you, Mr. Paredes, I want to thank and excuse the veteran staff. I believe that Mr. Wyatt was supposed to be in this morning for an intake. He has not appeared yet, Mr. Yancey, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I did try to contact him by phone. I was unsuccessful with that.
All right, very good. I would like for you all to be on call, whoever is going to be the mentor for Mr. Wyatt, but I'm not going to have you all sit and just wait, okay? Mr. Parker and Mr. Scott, you all are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Yancey, could you send me your number, please, at your earliest convenience?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, very good. All right. Yes, please do. All right, let's do it. Mr. Paredes, I was indicating to everyone, I'm just checking in today. So I'm asking you, do you have any questions, concerns, or anything that you need to raise with the court on this morning? Please do so at this time.
Well, I mean, I'm going through some things right now, but other than that, everything is I'm just trying to get through it. Just say that.
I can barely hear you, Mr. Paredes.
I said I'm just trying to get through over this little hump that I'm going through.
Who have you been talking about who have you been talking to with respect to this hump that you're trying to get over?
I spoke with Mr. Yancey about it the last time I've seen him. I let him know everything that's going on. So, I mean, I'm not really that open to talk to everybody, but I at least let him know so he'll know what's going on.
All right, very good. And of course, Mr. Yancey, if there's anything that we can do to help him with the concerns that he's raised, we'll talk about it in staff, and let's make sure we do that, okay? I see you shaking your head. You
Yes,
good?
yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, very good. All right, Mr. Paredes, do you have any questions this morning?
No, I don't have any questions.
No questions?
No questions.
Okay, you've been showing up for your testing with no issues?
Yes.
All right, very good. If nothing else, Mr. Paredes, I'm going to see you next week on June 27th at 10:00 a.m. at Ford Field, okay?
Okay.
And that's in person.
Yes.
All right?
Of course.
All right. I'm looking forward to it, sir. Take good care of yourself. I'll see you next week. And I have him in phase 3, Mr. Yancey.
That's correct. That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, awesome. Thank you. All right, Mr. Yancey, I'm going to call Shabazz Champion. Is he on?
I'm good to go.
Yes, sir, you are. I'm sorry, you are good to go.
All right.
Yes.
Nice to see you.
All right, good to see you too. We're here if you need us.
Okay.
I don't see him at this time.
You don't see him, I don't see him either. All right. Do I have a case, Ms. Cleveland? Do you have anyone that's scheduled for 9:35 that I can call now?
Not 9:35.
Okay, do you see anybody on the screen that's yours that I can call?
Well, they're 9:45, Mr. John Redding and Mr. Alfonso Davis.
All right, let's do it. I'm going to them. Does anybody know who has, oh, that's Miss Jackson. Is Miss Jackson in the courtroom? Oh, y'all, if I don't see y'all, I'm sorry. I'm just not that good. I'm really not that good. Come on, Miss Jackson. Let me get her earlier case. I have Mr. Jarrell Cotton for Miss Jackson. Mr. Cotton, are you ready? Can you hear me, Mr. Cotton?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you.
How are you this morning?
I'm okay, Your Honor.
You okay? Are you sure?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very good. Let me place your case number on the record. I have for you case number 150-578-1401. State your full name for me, Mr. Cotton.
Yes, my name is Durrell Eugene Cotton.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
All right. You're gonna have to update me. Is he on the Wednesday docket?
Yes.
He should be? Okay. All right, very good. Place your appearance on the record for me.
Carol Jackson, Special Report Case Manager. Judge Holmes, I apologize. I have not had a chance to meet with Mr. Cotton. I called several times and I left a message and no return phone call. I'm not sure if I have the correct number on the documentation.
Okay, has he already he's been processed, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so, but you have not been able to get with him. So, Mr. Cotton,
yes.
Has he been testing?
No, he has not.
All right, Mr. Cotton, you're gonna have to come down to the courthouse. You're not eligible to do a video, a Zoom hearing. So I need you to come on down to the courthouse, okay?
Okay, today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay, I have to go test for Macomb County today. So should I go there first and then come down?
Do you have a Macomb County case?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Reed, Mr. Fikens, you want to advise him because he's going to have to test when he comes here.
Judge, I just say off the cuff that if he's required to test today by another jurisdiction, he needs to follow that court's mandate. I might suggest that we see him, if we can, later on or on another day. We weren't aware that he has the conflict.
I need to find out where he is going to test because I need you to be able to get those results. I don't want to set him up. Thank you for advising your client. I don't want to set him up for failure. So what I'd like to do, he's not eligible for a Zoom hearing. So what I'd like to do is bring him in on Thursday morning, adjourn him to Thursday at 8:35 a.m. in person here at 36th District Court. Mr. Cotton, before you leave, I would like you to, if you could go in that, is someone in the conference room?
Yes.
They are. Can you zoom in on your phone real quick so we can put you and Mr. Cotton in a breakout room so you can get his contact information?
Okay.
All right, very good. Thank you so much, Ms. Jackson. So, Mr. Cotton,
yes,
I'm going to see you in person. I need to see you in person. And that is going to be on this week, Thursday, which is June 20th, 2024. And that is going to be at 8:35 a.m., bright and early, here at, have a seat, I'm on the record, here at 36th District Court. All
Okay.
right?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
so I want you to go test for Macomb County today.
Yes.
I'm going to put you in a breakout room to give me a second to think about that. Thank you. I'm going to put you in a breakout room to get so you can give your information to Miss Jackson. Okay. And I'm going to see you on Thursday.
Okay.
In person. All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Cotton.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Let's do it. I think that takes care of, I don't see Shabazz Champion. And so Miss Harris, you're back with us. Do you have Ellerby? Uh-oh, I
do not, Your Honor. I have Kelvin Russell, and I was wondering if we could do his case because he's at work.
I understand, and give me just 1 second. I will definitely do it. I need somebody to find out who it has Ellerby's case. And that name does not ring a bell for me, but he's been here since early this morning. And then I also need to find out Mr. Calamine. Well, Mr. Calamine, you're not scheduled till 10 o'clock this morning. So, but I do need to find out who has his case, who has Calamine.
I have Calamine. I sent you a text, Judge, but you might have missed it, I'm sure.
Nope, I'm well, my phone might be where it's not even picking up. Nope, I don't have it in the right place. I'm sorry, Mr. Page. It has to be sitting in a certain place for text to come through.
Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you. I'm sorry. The gel is on? Yes. Who do they have? Who has the matter that's at the jail? My apologies. I didn't even realize the jail was on.
Rhodes, Jessica Rhodes.
Where is she?
She was on in 10:35, but I don't know why.
Jessica Rhodes.
Yes.
Does anyone have any information as to Jessica Rhodes?
I'm not sure who.
Can you please reach out to Mr. Morgan and let him know that there are a few people in my docket? I don't know who the case managers are, and I need information and to know who the case managers are, because I can't keep sitting and just.
Judge, that looks like that's supposed to be Miss Jackson's person.
She's with another client.
Miss Jackson for Miss Rhodes? Okay, thank you, Mr. Page. All right, Miss Rhodes, hang tight for me. Please let Miss Jackson know. And then can you look up Ellerby as well? He's been on since 9 o'clock this morning or before that.
Your
All
Honor,
right.
Mr. Ellerby appears to be Mr. Griffin's.
Okay, so please reach out to Mr. Morgan to find out who is doing Mr. Ellerby's case, who's handling his case. All right, thank you so much. All right, let's do it. I am ready. I'll go to Mr. Russell. I'm back on my line 30s. I have for Kelvin Russell, SP 152-44892, SP 152-44971, SP 152-44891, and case number Z809-0351. Mr. Russell, unmute and state your full name for me, please. Can someone, let me see if I send him a prompt. Mr. Russell, can you please unmute? If not, I'm gonna have to move on. I've got a busy docket today.
Kelvin Keith Russell.
There we go. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Judge.
How are you this morning?
I'm fine, and you?
I am doing very well, All right, Mr. Russell, as I indicated to everyone on this morning, I'm checking in with folks to make sure people are doing well, doing what they're supposed to be doing. And if you are having any issues with testing, with treatment, with anything, any concerns, any questions, this is the time to raise it. So are you having any issues, concerns, or questions?
No, ma'am. Everything is going according to the plan.
All right, very good. I'm glad to hear that. Have you learned anything since the last time I've seen you?
As well as talking with my this program that I'm in, as far as learning about how the alcohol are being broke down in your body and things of that sort.
Okay, and so you learned something that you didn't know before, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, wonderful. Listen, I have not received any reports of any issues concerning you, Mr. Russell, and so I'm glad that you are on track. Ms. Harris, what phase is Mr. Russell in?
Sorry, Your Honor. Mr. Russell is relatively new to the program. He's still in phase 1. He's been with us for about 30 days.
All right, very good, very good. And so Mr. Russell and Ms. Harris, no issues to report?
Your Honor, he is compliant with his testing. He's compliant with his contact with me. I do not have a report on treatment, but he seems to be presenting information he's learning in treatment. So as far as I know, Mr. Russell is in full compliance.
All right, very good. I am going to, Mr. Russell, if you don't have any questions for us, I'm going to give you your next date. And it is going to be on June 27th in person at 10 o'clock a.m. at Ford Field, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to know the attire for that.
Get with your case manager. Listen, that's a good question, but since you put it out there, please do not come dressed like you all are going to Belle Isle or to the circus. I want y'all to dress like you come into court. You don't have to wear a 3-piece suit, but put on some slacks or some pants and a shirt. Don't come in shorts and things of that nature, because you are going to be treated like royalty and we want you to look the part, okay? How about that? Is that good, Mr. Russell?
Yes, ma'am. I was just curious. Thank you so much.
No, you know what? I have not even thought about the dress code or what the attire should be. So thank you for bringing it up. But case managers, make sure you're telling your folks they can't come in their shorts and halter tops and all of that stuff. We want to dress to like we're coming to court. All right. All right. You're all set, Mr. Russell.
Thank you so much, Judge. You have a wonderful day now.
You do the same. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
I have to go back. I have so many people that haven't showed up. I'm going to, the last 2 people I have for 9:35 is Marcus Harris. Who has Mr. Harris?
Your Honor, I believe that may be Mr. Griffin's case as well. I'll double check.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Marcus Harris is with Mr. Griffin's. I will send a additional message to Mr. Morgan in regards to that as well, since I am unaware.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, and then did Mr. Shabazz Champion join us? He did not. I'm going to keep moving. I'm ready now on Alfonso Davis Jr. I have case number 200-454-9001. Mr. Davis, unmute and state your full name for me.
Alfonso Davis Jr.
All right, Mr. Alfonso Davis Jr. Things are going well with you?
Yes, it is. Pretty good.
All right, very good. You're showing up for your testing and for all of your services?
Yes, I am. I have an appointment with Dr. Alexander today. Uh, I got to do that.
Okay, wonderful. Go ahead.
Yeah, I really don't know too much about it, but I'll find out when I talk to him today.
Yes, sir. And listen, I want you to keep an open mind when you go and see Dr. Alexander, and be honest with yourself first and then be honest with him, okay?
Okay. All right.
All right, can I count on you to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, now I know, Mr. Davis, we've had some ups and downs and back and forth, but you are on track right now. Am I correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Yep.
And you know that we're here if you need assistance, right?
That's right. I know. Yep.
And you are in the maintenance phase. And so that means don't let your guard down, to continue to be diligent about your sobriety as you have been in the past. I know you're able to do it. Okay?
Right.
All right. Ms. Cleveland, anything additional for him?
No, Your Honor, I just want to mention that he has fully stabilized at this point based on what I've had discussions with Lake Ridge and also with Mr. Davis. I believe he is ready at this point. I sent a referral for him for CEO. That's something that we discussed at his last hearing.
Yes.
I believe that stabilization was going to be the key because they want to bring him on board and keep him on board. Your Honor. And so he had to really exhibit that, and I think he's doing that right now.
All right. All right, Mr. Davis, you were referred to CEO as well for job readiness and job placement. You ready?
Right. I'm ready. Yep.
All right.
I'm ready.
Make sure when you get your job coach, Mr. Davis, that any concerns that you have, any obstacles, talk about it, bring it up, okay?
All right. Okay.
All right. Very good. Ms. Cleveland, I'm going to give him his next date will be in person on June 27th at 10 o'clock a.m. at Ford Field. Did you get that, Mr. Davis?
Yes, I got it.
All right, awesome. Good to see you, sir. You're all set.
You too.
All right. You're welcome. It's Mr. Redding on the screen. Mr. Redding.
I saw him this morning. Oh, there he is.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Listen, I'm gonna keep moving if y'all don't have your cameras on. So for those that have been sitting and your camera is not on, you sitting because you turned your camera off. I'm not gonna search to see who's here, who's not. I'm gonna call who I see. All right. Come on, Mr. Redding. I'm ready for you. I have the following. Case number 237-051411. Case number SP 153-95182. Case number Z808-9281. And I believe that's all I have for Mr. Redding. Mr. Redding, state your full name for me.
John Wesley Redding III.
All right. Good morning, John Wesley Redding III. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing good. How are you today?
All right. I'm doing well. I'm glad you're not in my courtroom, Mr. Redding.
I'm not.
Yeah, let's give him a judicial applause. Yes, he is not in my courtroom. Thank you, Mr. Redding. That means that you have made up your mind to do what you're supposed to do.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very good. How's that job going?
It's going good. It's going good. I'm done with training finally. So
okay.
They put me on a unit now, so I got my own floor.
All right. And how are you feeling about that?
A little iffy, but I'm prepared.
All right. And you're going to give it your best shot, right?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
All right. Very good. That's all we ask for, your best shot, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How's the family?
They doing good. I went to my mom's house for Father's Day and we barbecued it.
Very good. And you had a good time without doing stuff that you can't do. Am I right?
Correct.
I'm proud of you, Mr. Redding. That's why you're not sitting in my courtroom this morning. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
All right. Now, you know that I indicated I'm touching base with everybody, but if you are having any issues, any questions, any concerns, this is the time to tell me. Anything you need to disclose to me this morning or let me know about.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Miss Cleveland, did you have anything extra for Miss Redding? Mr. Redding, not Miss Redding.
No worries, Your Honor. It looks as though he is at work right now. I believe he's doing very well. I know he has some concerns with the distance where he goes, but he seems to be working it out. I have not received any information contrary to that, and I just want to keep encouraging him. He's stabilizing again. He's doing well. Keep it up, sir. You're doing great.
Thank you.
All right, very good. All right, Mr. Redding, your next date is going to be June the 27th at 10 o'clock a.m. in person at Ford Field. If you need anything for your job, case managers, please let them know we have something to give them. And so I'll see you at 10 o'clock on next week, Thursday, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, you are very welcome. Miss Cleveland, do you have anybody else that's on the screen for 9:45?
Those were all of my groups.
All right, Miss Harris, what do you have for me?
The only person I have on the screen would have been Toriano Murphy.
He's not turned his camera on. Oh, no, we turned his camera off. Turn on his camera. Mr. Murphy, make sure your face is in the place. You was scaring me. You had an alley. I didn't know what was gonna come out that alley. All right, come on. Good morning, Mr. Murphy. How are you this morning?
Oh, I'm doing fine. How about yourself?
I'm doing very well, doing very well. All right, Mr. Murphy, let me place your case number on the record. What time I have him down for Miss Harris? Oh, I see him now, 8:35. All right, I have case number Z 809-0071. Oh, that's why he's a part of that crew. All right, Mr. Murphy, state your full name for me.
Toriano Dion Murphy.
All right, Mr. Murphy, you heard me say over and over this morning, if something is going on, I do expect you all to let me know. Don't wait and see if somebody gonna tell me. I want y'all to tell me. So, Mr. Murphy, what's going on?
I missed testing on my way there. I had car problems, but I went the next morning.
Okay, and so you know that we don't do makeup tests, right?
Yes.
All right, and so you had a conversation with Miss Harris?
Yes.
And Miss Harris explained to you that in the future, you need to make sure you have a plan B to make sure you can get to testing. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, I had a plan B. I called Uber, but I got there too late.
Oh, you did call Uber. All right. I'm glad to hear that. All right. Very good. Very good. And so, Mr. Murphy, I'm not going to issue a sanction. You were honest. You let Ms. Harris know what was going on. And so, but what I am going to do, I should say I'm not going to issue a sanction. I'm going to give a verbal warning. Okay? I'm going to give a verbal warning about that missed test. Make sure that you get to testing, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and if all else fails, if it's before 4:30, you can come to the courthouse and test as long as we're open.
It's before 4 o'clock, Your Honor.
Before 4 o'clock, that's why I was looking. I'm like,
This test was on a Sunday, so
oh,
unfortunately.
no,
that
we're not
wasn't an
open.
option for him.
No, wasn't an option. All right, very good. All right, Mr. Murphy, anything else you need to tell me?
No.
Nothing else?
Your Honor,
No.
I actually have. I was wondering if he can go into a breakout room with one of the attorneys, to discuss something else that he had been asking me about, but he's on today. He had asked me about a restricted license. And I did check the system and he is eligible for a specialty for a restricted license. But I think that, Ms. Mack would have to send over his SOS for them to review any other stuff. And I'm hoping someone can talk to him so that when he has court with you again, I will be able to staff with you what your requirements would be if we were to assist him.
Yes, and so he's in phase 1. He just missed the screen. I don't have a problem with him going to a breakout room. Let's get his SOS. But there's some work that you've got to do, Mr. Murphy, because I don't sign off on those things just, you know, kind of loosey-goosey. I have to make sure the person is ready, that they've shown some discipline, some accountability, that they have maintained their sobriety. I don't know if people have maintained their sobriety if they don't test on the dates that their number or their color is called. Because a day can make a difference in testing. So, but he can talk with the attorneys, and at least let's get in position so he'll know what he needs to do in order to get that restricted license. How does that sound, Mr. Murphy?
That sounds fine, Your Honor.
All right, awesome. Do you have anything else for the court this morning?
No.
All right, then your next date is going to be June 27th. That's in person at Ford Field at 10:00 a.m. If you need something for your job, please let your case manager know so that we can get that to you, okay?
No.
Did you hear me, Mr. Murphy?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Who's going to go in the breakout room with Mr. Murphy and his SOS?
I will, Judge.
All
I
right,
will.
Mr. Murphy, look for that prompt, and you're gonna go in the breakout room with Mr. Reed, okay?
All right, thank you, Your Honor. You have a nice morning.
Okay, you do the same. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Reed. All right.
Yes,
Miss Jackson, there is someone on from the jail, and I don't want to keep them waiting a long time.
Okay.
Do you have any updates for last name? What did we say? Rhodes, yes, none.
I do not. I've been trying to get in touch with her as well.
She's in jail.
I had no idea she was in jail.
Okay.
So, I would like to talk to her, but, you know.
Are you able to go into a breakout room? I don't know if there are holds on her. Has she been, is she an intake or is she an absconder? I don't know anything. She's a new intake? All right, we need to find out why she's sitting in the Wayne County Jail and if there are any holds from any other case as to her. All right, give me 1 second, Ms. Harris. I have Officer Thomas. Are you here on a probation matter?
I am, Your Honor.
Can you tell me who you're here on?
Chantel Alexander, Your Honor. I'm covering for Officer Hunter.
All right, if someone could bring Miss Chantel Alexander, she's been in the waiting room, let's do it. Thank you, Officer Thomas. Yes.
Just to let you know about Ms. Rose, she was brought into the program, April of 2022 and absconded.
So she's an absconder.
Yes.
And then let's see who's holding her in jail. Is it me or somebody else?
That I don't know.
Okay, reach out to Mr. Morgan, please. And if he's not available, reach out to Mr. Wade. All right, let's go with Miss Chantel Alexander. If you could please turn on your camera. I'm ready to call your case. I have the following for you. I have you 638-06522. Mr. Thomas, please place your appearance on the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Joseph Thomas on behalf of the Probation Department, standing in for Officer of Record Samuel Hunter.
Thank you, Miss Alexander. If you could please place your face in view and state your full name for me.
Chantel Alexander.
All right, good morning, Miss Alexander.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Thomas, what do you have for me as to Miss Alexander?
Your Honor, where we're at on this case is the defendant has a $0 balance on the case. She's been screening at ATS cleanly. She's not missed any. She does have one ticket at this court for $188. Based upon the notes Officer Hunter left me, it looks like he and the defendant spoke and she's going to pay that next Friday on June 28th. And it notes here that the defendant is not eligible for early discharge due to a deal involving the defendant getting a delayed sentence on this matter. So I would just recommend today that she be kept to her final discharge date in, I believe, August of this year.
All right, thank you so much. Miss Alexander, you heard the report. Is there anything additional that you'd like to add?
No.
All right, very good. Make sure you get that ticket paid, okay? And then I'm going to see you on, let's put you on down for July the 26th. That is a Friday, and that's going to be at 10:00 a.m., okay?
Okay.
All right, very good. Take good care of yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. I still don't know who has Mr. Ellerby.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to ask that if you could just please give me another chance to prove myself and do my program. I would greatly appreciate it. I want to try to prove myself.
I'm certain that I'm going to give you that opportunity, Ms. Rhodes, but I need you to give me a moment to hear so they could review your records and then make a recommendation to me, okay?
Thank you.
You're very welcome. All right. Okay.
So it's gonna take me a minute to just run upstairs. My intake is here, but Ms. Price is in here, so as soon as Ms. Price is done, we're gonna do the intake.
All
I'll be
right.
back.
And then who has Marcus? Who's been given Marcus here?
Yes, I got Ms. Marcus.
So you need to review both of those.
Just very quick.
All right. And then Tony Weaver. Has anybody found out who Tony Weaver is?
That's Ms. Jackson.
Okay, that's for Miss Jackson. All right. All right, Mr. Ellerby, my apologies. It's gonna take a moment. So just work with us, hold tight with us. All right, let's do it. I am going to go now to Miss Jackson. Mr. Page, you have Marquita Jackson.
Boykin?
I'm sorry, Marquita Boykin.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's go to Miss Boykin. I'm ready. I have for Miss Boykin, case numbers 220-445-6901, 220-445-7801. Miss Boykin, state your full name for me, please.
Marquita LaKim Boykins.
All right, good morning, Miss Boykins. How are you today?
Good morning. I do apologize for my shirt. I just heard the thing go beep and I was trying to get in front of you. I do apologize. I'm sorry.
Okay, you all right. You course corrected, so we good. We are good, ma'am. We good. All right. Miss Boykin, I announced earlier I'm doing check-ins on today because we have so many folks and we have some things that are going on, some rearranging that's happening here. And so I just want to check in, but I want to make sure that if you have any issues, questions or concerns, whether it's with testing, whether it's with treatment, that you bring those things to my attention. And so do you have any concerns, issues, or questions on today?
No, ma'am.
All right, very good. Is your son home yet for the summer?
Yes, he here till August and he driving me insane.
That's okay. It's a good insane. You love having your baby home.
I sure do, because I really missed him.
Yes, ma'am. I know. I know. All right, Mr. Page. Anything additional as to Miss Boykin?
Nope, Judge, nothing additional. Ms. Boykin is doing great as usual.
All right, awesome. I'm going to give you a return to court date, Ms. Boykin, of June 27, 2024, and that is going to be in person at 10:00 a.m. at Ford Field, okay?
Yes.
All right, very good. You're in great shape.
All right, you have a good day.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yes.
All right, let's go to Mr. Calamy. Mr. Calamy, turn on your camera. I forgot you were on. Come on, Mr. Calamy. I'm ready for you. Mr. Page, you may have to call him and tell him to turn on his camera. There he is. Let's do it. I have case numbers 190-596, 2601, case number 200-454-0901. Mr. Calamy, state your full name.
Bill Keller.
All right, how are you this morning, Mr. Calamy?
All right.
You are doing all right. Is that Mr. Green in the background?
Yep.
All right, good morning, Mr. Green. All right, Mr. Calamy, are you frozen or can you hear me? I think he's frozen.
It appears so, Judge.
Okay. Uh-oh, now he been on all this morning.
I'm calling over
All
there
right.
now, Judge.
All right, let them know that they're frozen. While you are doing that, is Ms. Cleveland still in the courtroom?
We're trying to get back in.
Nope. Oh, there he is. Mr. Calamy,
Yes.
can you hear me now?
What's it keep happening?
Mr. Calamy, can you hear me? Mr. Page, is Mr. Calamy having any issues?
He's not. He's good right now, Judge.
He's good? All right, and so he's not roaming about, so he's staying stationary at the provider?
Correct.
And so he's testing there. He's not testing third party, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and you know that when he does start moving to the level where he can move about, he has to test with one of our third party providers.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very good.
You did give him permission to leave, here and there for, handle business. And Mr. Green did report to me that when he does go, he tests negative when he comes back. So he's good.
No, but is he escorted? Is he?
Yeah, he is. He's always yes, correct.
Yes,
No,
that's
I made
He could
sure.
go, but
Yes,
he
I
had to
made
be
sure.
escorted.
Absolutely, I made sure.
All right, because once they go out on their own, even if they're testing at team, that's fine. We're required to do third party testing, okay?
Okay.
Okay, all right, very good. So Mr. Page, I'm gonna have you call over there. Unless he has some issues or concerns to raise with me, I'm going to see Mr. Calamy on June 27th, and that's going to be at 10:00 a.m. in person at Ford Field.
Okay, I'll reach out to Mr. Green and see if he has anything, and if he does, I'll shoot you a text.
All right, very good, very good. Yes. Okay, very good. Miss Cleveland has gone up to check on Mr. Ellerby as well as Marcus Harris. And then I am going to at 10:45, folks are gonna start coming in for my trial, but I have a few folks I need to do. Babel, who has Babel? Miss Cleveland. All right. Yeah, but I got some folks that didn't show up. All right, very good. Miss Harris. I have a few people that I had you ordered to come in through the court, that I ordered through you to have them come in, and they have not appeared. Are you ready to place those on the record for? I believe these are yours. They might not be, but based on your look. Are you ready to place those warrants on the docket, like Robert Britton?
Well, Robert Britton's here in lockup.
Oh, he's here in lockup. He was serving a sanction, so I don't need to meet with him again. Do you need to see him?
I will come down and talk with you just because I just want to make sure we're on the same page before we bring him up. So I'll come down.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And then who else?
Fine. Wait. Let me see who else has not shown up. I'm assuming that Tracy Davis is here. Yes, thank you, Tracy Davis. I'm so glad you're here. Good morning to you. All right. Miguel Gomez is here. You have to let me know when you're ready on that one. We have the interpreter on that case. So please let me know sooner than later with that one.
I'll be ready as soon as he's done. I believe he's still with Miss Price.
Okay, all right. And then I have Aaron Britt is here. By him. He's in the box. Heather Hanson, 220-583-5801, U633-70522, SP 136-71251, and SP 127-12891. She has been adjourned to this Friday, and she will log on, I believe, at 8:35 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, yes. And then let me see who else I have missing that might be for you. You are doing Miss Monaghan, is that correct?
Yes,
Miss
Your Honor.
Cleveland?
Yes, can you hear me
Oh,
okay? I'm sorry. Your
Yes, I
Honor.
can hear you now. All right. And
May-
then
Oh,
I have just one second. I'm just seeing if I have anything else for Miss Harris that didn't show up. Seneca Pollard is Miss Cleveland.
yes, and he's not here, Your Honor.
Anthony Ross is Miss Cleveland.
Not here, Your Honor.
And
Lorenzo McCray.
yeah, all right. I think you are good, Miss Harris, unless you see somebody else on the docket that I have not called.
I believe I'm just waiting on Gomez.
Your
I'll
intake.
come down and talk to you about Britain, and then I'm waiting on results for Miss White, and then we'll talk about her based on those.
Oh, is Miss White on my docket?
She's not. We talked about her earlier. I had her come
I
in.
know
and
you gave
test,
it to me. I
so
just
she's
want to see if
waiting.
I missed her.
She wasn't on the
Okay.
docket.
Gotcha. Thank you. And this is
Thanks.
Harris. All right. Let's keep going, Miss Cleveland. Miss Cleveland disappeared on me.
No, Your Honor, I'm here. And Miss Weaver, hold on. Hold on, Miss Weaver. Miss Weaver, hold on. Miss Weaver is calling and she's on her way, Your Honor. She just got off work and she was on the schedule today for that UTP, Your Honor. So she is on her way right now. That's what she was telling me. I'm sorry about that, Your Honor.
No, that's okay. Miss Cleveland, I have a couple of people that I summoned through you to come in today, and they have not appeared. I'm ready to place those KPSs on the record. Are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, awesome. Let's go to Miss Jackson. If you could, if that conference room is being used, if you could get on your phone and get in the conference room to talk with the jail. I don't want to keep them. They've been sitting for a while. Okay, if we could do that, because I know Miss Price is in that room, and then I need an ROA for Miss Rhodes. All right, Miss Cleveland. I'm ready on Babel because it's my understanding that there's a transport that's going to take place.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Babel, he is admitting what has happened and brought him before you today, Your Honor. He's been very clear, upfront, very honest. He's fully engaged. He wants to go to the nest, Your Honor. He had a conversation with Miss Price, and Miss Price has arranged that. I believe she's still in the conference room, so she might be talking to someone, and I sent her a message to ask when they were coming, but it might be the case that his matter be heard, and then she's going to arrange for him to get picked up today.
All right, very good. Let's have Big Babel come to the podium. I have case number U681-07323. Please state your full name for me. All right. I've already addressed you this morning. Thank you for being honest, first with yourself and then with me. I know that you want the help. I know that it's hard, but you're doing the right thing by being honest, because now we can help you. You're going to go back, you're going to go to the nest. They're going to arrange for them to pick you up and to get you there. And I want you to go there and really work. Can I count on you to do that? All right, make sure you tell them that. Okay? Thank you for advocating for you. Nobody can advocate for you better than yourself. Okay? We may think we know what you need sometimes. You may think you know what you need sometimes. But when you say, listen, I'm struggling, advocate for yourself.
Can I do something?
Yes.
I was actually influenced and encouraged to relax, twice. I said no the first time, the second time I, caved in and I crashed and burned. So I definitely reached out and said, I don't wanna live like that, so I want that better practice that was done again.
Yes, and you can get there. You can get there. It starts with honesty. So thank you. And so listen, you're gonna go to the nest today. I'm going to see you again for a future court date of June 27th. That's going to be at 10:00 a.m. at Ford Field. The nest will be made aware of that, Miss Cleveland, so that we can get Vic there on time for the graduation, because I want to see you there, okay? I want you to spend some time while you're there thinking about the people, places, and things that you engage in, because if you're not ready, you're just not ready.
I've already texted some people, I've said my goodbyes and said, you know what, when I get back out, I'm not talking to anybody for about a year, so until I'm ready to be around contacting people, and social media, nothing.
And you know that it takes about, the brain doesn't start to heal from addiction until the 3rd year. So that's why people, after a year, after 24 months, they find themselves right back in the same mess. It's because they think my brain is healed, I'm good, I've been good. I can just go back and hang and watch other people do it and not do it and say no. Your brain does not even start healing until year number 3. So keep that in mind before you reach out to some folks that you shouldn't be reaching out to, or going some places that you shouldn't be going. Okay? Can I count on you to do that?
Yes.
All right, very good. I'm proud of you. I want you to have a seat. Officer, I think he still needs to talk with, Ms. Price. Have you talked with Ms. Price this morning?
Briefly, yes.
All right. Can we find out, someone let Ms. Cleveland, let Ms. Price know that I've called Vic's case and that Vic is ready to be transported unless she needs to see him.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll make sure that that's all taken care of. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, awesome. Officer, if it's okay, I would like to move Vic from the box unless you feel otherwise. Okay. All right, very good, very good. I see that the Wayne County Jail is on with someone else. Do we know who that is?
That's Mr. Willis, Thomas Willis.
Willis. All right. Who is assigned to Thomas Willis?
Not mine, Your Honor.
That's mine, Judge. Thomas Willis.
All right, are you ready to update me, or is there still a hold? I need you to get some information and get back to me.
I got some information, Judge. I spoke to Coho this morning.
All right, help Miss Jackson out with her jail person too. She may not know who the contacts are.
Yep, I sent them to her.
So let's not leave her hanging.
You know,
all right,
you, Judge.
And make sure they know who she is.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, are you ready on Willis?
Yes. I thought Coho would be on with him, but from what he told me, his release date was the 15th. He's good to go to QBH, but I believe, Judge, we were supposed to give him a Wayne County tether. So
absolutely, because he walked away last time.
Correct.
So he's got to get a Wayne County tether.
So that's the only thing that we're waiting on, Judge. We just need he just needs to get that we need to get that order over to Coho.
We sent an order already. No, we probably didn't.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do, Mr. Thomas. Let me place your case numbers on the record. I have case numbers U558-25520, U619-22321, U856-46812, and U660-62123. For Mr. Thomas Willis, please have them unmute you at the jail and state your full name. Can someone unmute Mr. Thomas? Mr. Willis, Thomas Willis? Mr. Willis, yell for someone to come and unmute you for me, please. There you are, Mr. Willis, I can hear you now.
Okay.
State your full name for me, please.
Thomas Willis.
All right, good morning, Mr. Willis. How are you this morning?
I'm all right. It's hot.
It's hot in here too. All right, now, Mr. Willis, we have made provisions for you to be able to go where you need to go to get the help that you need to get. But because you walked away, I'm left with no other choice but to give you a Wayne County tether. So on this morning, I'm going to send paperwork over Miss Matt, and I have to follow their policies. So I'm going to do it as to case number U660-62123. I'm going to do a committal tether, and we'll do what they require us to do, the 45 days. And so, Mr. Willis, you need to get to treatment and stay there. Can I count on you to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, now, you know you told me that last time, right?
Yeah.
You did, and you walked away, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I want to count on you again to go and stay. You need the help, sir. Jail is not where you should be. But if you walk away, jail is where you will be. So come on, let's go get the help that you need, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Miss Matt, the remaining cases, that one is going to be a committal tether. And then I want to check in on him, Mr. Page. I'm going to put him on for June 25th. And that's going to be at 9:30 a.m.
Okay.
And that is going to be just to check in to make sure he's made it to his treatment and that he has his committal tether. And then I'll give him a new date, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
All right, I just want to make sure it doesn't fall through the cracks. All right, Mr. Willis, I'm counting on you to do what you said you would do, okay?
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you at the Wayne County Jail. You will get your paperwork as soon as we have it prepared. All right, thank you very much. Okay, Miss Cleveland, who are you ready on? And Mr. Yes.
You ready for me, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I have updates on Mr. Martez Darnell Ellerby, Mr. Marcus, Mr. Marcus Antonio Harris, and also an update on Miss Andrea Renee Harris. I know she's not in today, but I wanted to mention her because they're kind of all in the same participant group, Your Honor.
Okay, is she on my docket today?
No, she's not, but she probably needs to be brought in on Thursday, Your Honor. I just wanted to mention that. This was a group of people that we had come in for a court-ordered test recently, and I believe I sent a message out that she was positive for a few things. So she has to come in and see you, Your Honor, because she's had a couple of
Why isn't she coming in today?
Well, I just didn't get direction on how to move with these cases. They were not initially my case. There was just one instruction that was provided. We
understood.
We did that, but I didn't know there was additional things that needed to be done.
I got you. So Miss Cleveland, if there's anybody on the cases that you have inherited, thank you for letting me know that. If that you have inherited, I want, even though they're not on my docket, if they have had no testing, or if they have had positive testing, if they have not been set up for testing, I want to call those cases today and order them to come in on Thursday to give you an opportunity to catch your breath and to give them a call, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. So
all right.
That leads me to Mr. Martez Darnell Ellerby and Mr. Marcus Antonio Harris. First, Mr. Ellerby. He did.
Okay, hold on. You moving a little faster than I
Sorry.
am. One second. I need to see if I have a file for Mr. Ellerby, and I don't think I do. He's a new case, maybe.
6-3 was his intake, Your Honor.
Oh, my, okay, I'm scared. And this is on the regular docket or the Wednesday docket?
It looks as though it's on the regular docket, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. Give me 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Let's real quick. All right, I have for Mr. Ellerby, I have case number Z8090671. Mr. Ellerby, unmute and state your full name for me.
Martez Darnell Ellerby.
All right, Mr. Ellerby, give me 1 second. I've got to move some stuff because it's making a whole lot of noise. I know, but it's so hot. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm going to adjust it. All right, Miss Cleveland. Mr. Ellerby, thank you for your patience on this morning. I know you have been sitting. Unfortunately, we've got some moves we had to make here at 36th District Court with cases. And so Miss Cleveland is going to update me on your status. But I want to know from you, have you been going to test?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, how many times have you think you've been testing a week?
I've been testing every Thursday.
I'm sorry?
It's been the last 3 Thursdays I've been testing.
That's not twice, a minimum of twice a week, Miss Cleveland. I know you inherited this, so Miss Cleveland.
And I still have on the ankle monitor too.
That was from your previous judge, right?
Yes.
All right, very good, very good. And so, Miss Cleveland, I know you'll get him all squared away. And so I'm counting on you to do that. Let me hear from Miss Cleveland. Go ahead, Miss Cleveland.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I do want to, thank Mr. Ellerby for being on screen. I know he's been on, so it appears as though he wants to do the right thing. He wants to be connected. However, I do have to report that based on what I'm seeing at his screening site, he is not tested, Your Honor. There's only a result for a test history result and actual I'm sorry, he has tested June 6th and June 13th. He did test both of those days, which are Thursdays. What I meant to report is he's only listed at 1 time a week, which I'm going to adjust now because I don't know exactly the details of his use or his substances, but he at least should be testing 2 times a week. So I'll make sure that I adjust that right now so that he knows, unless the court orders more testing, that he minimally has to test 2 times a week. He's negative for both screens, Your Honor. I did try to contact him the date that you ordered those additional screens. I left a message, but I did not receive a phone call, but I'm not familiar to him. He would not know who I am. And if he didn't know how to get back in touch with me, that would not be his fault, Your Honor.
Yes, I came down there and tested that day.
You did?
Yes.
Okay, so I didn't get the results, so I'll check those as well, Your Honor.
Okay, if you could check for me, that would be great.
Okay.
All right. So listen, Mr. Ellerby, I want to make sure that you are calling every single day to see if your color or your number has dropped. Don't wait for a text because I do not recognize text as a method of contact or notification because sometimes text messages don't go through and you won't be excused for missing tests if you don't get a text. And so I need you to get up and make sure you call every single day. Can I count on you to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, wonderful. And it sounds like you're doing what you're supposed to do so far. Have you met with your counselor yet?
Yes, ma'am.
You have? All right, very good. What do you think about it so far?
That's cool.
It's cool? That's okay. All right, that's cool. I'll take it. I'll take it. All right, I just want to encourage you, sir, to be open and honest so that you can do the work that needs to be done, okay?
Okay.
All right, very good, very good. Miss Cleveland,
Yes, Your Honor.
do you have anything?
No, I just want to mention, I'm not exactly sure yet if I'm going to be his case manager. However, I will be the one that's going to communicate to him who is going to be his case manager once I find out. Even if it's me, I'll make sure I get in touch with him, just to make sure it's an
Okay.
easy transfer for him, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Miss Cleveland. Thank you, thank you. All right, Mr. Ellerby, this is what I'm going to do. Miss Cleveland, did you want to go in a breakout room and speak with him, or you want to call him later today? How do you want to do it?
I believe I have his telephone number if he did receive my message. Did you receive my message the last time, sir? When you had
What's
to come
mess-
test at 36th District Court. You got
Yes,
my
ma'am.
phone. So I have it. So if it's okay, may I call him later today before I leave this afternoon?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Ellerby, can you answer for Miss Cleveland, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You're so kind. Thank you. All right. Listen, I'm gonna see you next week in person, June 27th at 10 o'clock a.m. at Ford Field. I need you to be there, okay?
Okay.
All right. You're in good shape. Good to
Thank
see
you.
you. All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Okay, you all know that I break at 12 o'clock for the case managers to take their lunch break, but I need somebody to get in with Miss Rhodes. Come on, let's do it. All right. Thank you, Miss Cleveland. That was Mr. Ellerby. Is Mark Harris on?
No, I'm not sure if he was on. I know you were calling the case, but he might be one of the ones that was a no-show, Your Honor. But just so you'll know, Your Honor,
Oh, wait,
Marcus Harris. Okay.
Wait a minute. Which one? Is Marcus
Marcus.
Harris and Mark Harris the same person?
No.
They are not. So you have Marcus Harris, is that correct?
Yes, I'm prepared to report on his testing, Your Honor. Mr. Harris.
All
Mr.
right.
Marcus Harris.
Yes, thank you. I had both block files. My apologies. Let me do a couple of things. Mr. Toller, I'm not gonna have you and your sister sit any longer. Mr. Yancey, when you get Mr. Toller's results, would you please report them? If there's a problem, we'll let you know, Mr. Toller, okay? Because he's sitting in my courtroom.
Yeah, they still haven't come up yet.
Yeah, it's busy. It's Monday. So, Mr. Toller, you are free to leave. I'm going to do a couple of housekeeping matters from the box. I am going to go to Jasmine McDaniel. If you could approach at the podium, please. Ms. Cleveland, is this your case?
Yes, Your Honor. And they had where we couldn't pass in the hallway recently because they were doing a security move. So that's why I'm not down there. All my paperwork is down there. So I'm just sitting here. I got to look outside to see if they'll let me go back downstairs, but I couldn't go out to the
All
elevator.
right, is everything okay?
I think it was possibly because a defendant was being walked through. I believe that's what was going on.
When they're transporting a defendant through the court, they shut everything down. You can't walk.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know about that. All right, very good, very good. All
So
right,
I don't
let's
have her paperwork, but I do know I'm familiar vaguely about what why she's here today.
All right. All right, very good. I'm trying to think.
Your Honor, I wanted to let you know that your Spanish interpreter is back. Ms.
Yes,
Price
ma'am.
let me know that I was able to log out to take care of another matter, and now I am back whenever you need me.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. They will let me know when they are ready on that intake, okay? All right, awesome. I have for Ms. McDaniel, case number Z2, strike that, case number 230000841. Ms. McDaniel, state your full name for me, please. All right, Ms. McDaniel, what are you sitting in my box, throwing off my whole psyche this morning? You missed the test? Okay, all right. And so Ms. Cleveland first of all, we've got a lot going on at 36th District Court. And so, and when people miss tests, they're going to have to come in. They're going to have to come and report in person because they have missed the test, okay? And so want to make sure, I think Ms. Cleveland said you provided some documentation to show that you were not able to go and test. And so, because I don't want other people to think they can just provide documentation and not go test. The type of documentation that you provided, I am not going to issue a sanction. I'm going to just caution everybody. It's the summer months and we know everything, all the things can go on during the warm months, right? So if at all possible, when you are called in the mornings to check and see if you have the test, go first thing in the morning. Get it out the way because the facility may not have enough people to work in the afternoon. So they may have to close down. We're getting these, we get those high heat index days. Folks will close down because they don't have the power in their building to cool it and make it safe for their employees. Like I'm feeling today in here. But so just go first thing in the morning because you are required to test. And this is for the whole courtroom. You are required to test, you are required to test, you are required to test. So, Ms. Cleveland, she has sat this morning. I am not going to issue a sanction. She is in compliance otherwise, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Based on my notes and based on what I see in her most recent updates, yes, I don't see anything that's concerning, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Do you have any questions? All right, very good. Are you doing summer school?
I'm not, but I will be working on the feet.
Okay, all right. Have fun. Listen, when I taught school, that's the one thing I looked forward to was no school, no kids in the summer. Yes, ma'am. All right. So listen, your next date is going to be June 27th, and it'll be at 10 o'clock in person at Ford Field. Okay? All right. You are free to leave. Thank you. Did someone notify Ms. Price that Vic is ready for transport?
I'm on my way down there now, Your Honor.
All right, very good. I'm just looking to see if there are any other participants in the virtual courtroom. Seeing none other than Ms. Rhodes. I need somebody to get in and can you give me an ROA on Ms. Rhodes?
Hi.
Miss Jackson, do you have anything on Ms. Rhodes?
I do. I have some information on, some updated information on Ms. Rose. Ms. Rose,
Okay.
she entered our mental health program back in April the 21st, 22. She absconded on April the 28th, 2022. She picked up a child abuse case in which she is being charged with child abuse in the 4th degree.
Did she end up at the Wayne County Jail based on my warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
Or for some other reason?
Yes, ma'am, because she was at the DDC and she was transferred over to the Wayne County Jail.
Right, but how did she get to the DDC? Did she, Ms. Walker, can you tell me, was she charged with something else?
Judge, I'm not aware. That would be Wayne County.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
All right. Are you seeing anything in the system that she was charged with something else?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have you talked with Sergeant Coho to see if she has any holds?
She do not. She has a $5,000 bond.
And that's my bond?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's my bond?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very good. And so, Ms. Jackson, have you had an opportunity to talk with Ms. Rhodes?
I have not.
All right, I need you to go in the breakout room and talk to her. Ms. Walker, I don't know if you and an attorney want to join her as well to see if she wants to come back in the program, and then you all can make a recommendation to me and we can get things moving. I heard you say that she's with our MHC. But does she also have an issue with substance use? Those are things I need to know so that we can get her placement. And probably she needs to talk with Ms. Price, not probably, she will need to talk with Ms. Price as well so we can get proper placement. She only has one charge. And I'm thinking she's got to go on a tether, but I'll take your recommendations. But let's get her processed.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so Ms. Walker, I think you have co-host abilities. Can you get everybody into the breakout room?
I will.
To talk
Attorney
about it.
Reed, are you going to be the one going into the breakout room?
Yes, I can go. Yes, I
Okay.
can go.
Thank you. To the jail, I'm going to assign you to room 1.
Okay. All right, give me 2 seconds to write this note. I'm gonna forget it. Set her aside. And I have a couple of warrants that I need to put on the record as well. It's a crazy day, so.
I know.
Yes. Miss, that's the chair. I don't want y'all to think I'm doing something else up here. Can you mute me for a second? I need to speak with Miss Harris. Forget it. All right, if I can have the case managers just for 1 minute. I'm gonna call some matters, and if they have not appeared, I'm entering warrants. And so I want to make sure, I know that Robert Britton is here. I think you wanted to wait a second.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Come talk to me about that real quick so I can do what I needed to do. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Okay, I am ready on in the box. And none of the other, there was another intake, Tracy Davis. Have you spoken with an attorney yet?
Not that one, there's people in there, that's why, so.
Okay, we've got to find another way then.
No. You have a cell phone now? What, a cell phone? Yeah. Do you have a cell phone, ma'am? Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay, you can do your Zoom and we can put you in here, we can talk to an attorney, so we can get that process done, okay?
Do you have Zoom capabilities on your phone?
No, I'm not sure. Those are downloaded on the phone.
Okay, you'll have to download the Zoom.
Yeah, I'll do that now.
Okay, and then we can get you moving. I'd like to get you done before. I would like to get you done. All right, I'd like to get you done before we break for lunch, because we are breaking for lunch. And then I scheduled a 1:15 meeting because I knew we were going to be staffing, so we'll have to come back and do it when I get out of my meeting. And I'm hoping that's about 2 o'clock. It might be a little bit later. I'm not sure. Got a lot going on today. All right, very good. And so let's go to, if you can download that app, then we'll come back to you. Let's go to, I think there's a driver here for Mr. Britt. Are you all ready? I see the prosecutor is on. Are you all ready for recommendations? Because Mr. Britt, I'm getting some reports that are not good about you and your behavior and your attitude. Come on, I'm gonna have you come down. Are we ready? Who has Mr. Britt's case? Wait, Mr. Britt, who has your case? Who has Mr. Britt's case? Mr. Page, are you on?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, are you ready on Mr. Britt?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's do Mr. Britt. I have the following matters for Aaron Britt. 1 second, let me find your file. I have case numbers U598-43021, U628-82122, U629-11122, 220-446-5001, SP125-75321, SP132-70311, SP146-65701, SP149-2184, counts 1 and 2. Case number SP153-08461. Case number U593-54921. Case number U593-55021. Case number U593-75421. Case numbers U631-02122 and 220-446-7601. Mr. Britt, state your full name for me. Mr. Britt, why am I getting reports of you being disruptive at your facility?
I've been going through some things in my life that caused me to, but I'm fighting down, I'm not doing that. I've been praying to ask God to help me in my struggle.
Mr. Britt, have you used? Now you know your test results will come back and tell me everything.
Yes,
so I'm just going to ask you, have you used?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you know that while you're there, you're not supposed to be going out and bringing stuff in, right?
I know, but I need to count. I'm trying to make the treatment, and I really would like to give you a chance to make my life better at treatment.
Okay, Mr. Britt, where are you getting drugs from? Now, see, I don't want you to contemplate not telling me the truth. Because I just saw you go through your whole deck of what BS can I tell the judge? I want you to take that deck and set it to the side. And I need you to tell me the truth. Where are you getting drugs from?
I went out the hospital and there was a girl there that had some drugs.
So you met some random girl and you took some drugs from her? Was this somebody you knew? How did she know you were going to be at the hospital?
I don't know. She was having me down.
I know, Mr. Britt, but here's the thing. You're always bringing up your struggles that require you to go to the hospital, but I need you to look at the fact. Hold on, no, hold on. But I need you to look at the fact and look at your behavior when you go to the hospital. You just happen to find a random girl. Now, you know, I'm a little bit smarter than that, right? I'm not the smartest, but I'm smarter than what you're trying to play me right now. You went to the hospital and you just happened to see a random girl that you know at the hospital, and she had some drugs on her at the hospital. She just happened to have those drugs on her at the hospital. And you saw her, y'all eyes met, and you said, give me some drugs, and she gave you some drugs. Miss Britt, now you know I'm smarter than that. You made a phone call, didn't you?
No, ma'am. No, I don't have a phone.
Mr. Britt. So you just walked up to her and asked her for some drugs?
She had a bottle, small bottle of alcohol.
No, that's not what you was positive for, just alcohol. You had something else too. What else did you have? You're not gonna play me. See, that'll send you to jail. You heard me this morning. I don't send people to jail for using. I will send you to jail for not being honest with me. So now, you need some more time to sit in that box and think about which direction we headed to. Okay? So now I'm gonna ask you again. So she was just there and she just happened to have drugs and you asked her for drugs? How did you know to ask her for drugs? I can't hear you. Speak in that mic.
I had previously known her before.
And now, Mr. Britt, you going to the hospital because you're sick, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But then you, instead of letting the doctors address your illness, you take some drugs from somebody that you know in the streets.
I did get help. I did get help with my sickness.
But Mr. Britt, I want you to go a step further. But then you turned around and took drugs from somebody from the streets, and you decided you were going to take them.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. Just going through some things, you know, really emotionally unstable, and it's given a chance. So the chance of life. I promise you, with a little more time and treatment, I promise you I can make it through.
I have no doubt you can make it through. And listen, Mr. Britt, let me tell you what I noticed different about you this time, is that you didn't walk away. You didn't jump off the ledge and just say, forget it. I'm already in trouble, so let me just plunge head first.
And I had been thinking that, but they said if I do that, the people put a warrant out for my arrest, and I didn't want that to happen.
And you know where you're going when I put that warrant out for your arrest, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I appreciate the fact that you stayed and that you didn't walk away. But listen, Mr. Britt, I'm getting reports that you're engaging in some hostile behavior. And hold on, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you what my reports say. You're engaging in hostile behavior. If you are using the drug that I know that you're using, you may not remember that you are engaging in hostile behavior. But what I'm going to caution the facility about is when you engage in that behavior, call the police. I don't expect any provider, and I know the driver is here, is that correct? For Mr. Britt? Is somebody here for Mr. Britt?
Yes,
You're his escort?
Yes.
All right, very good. Thank you so much. I want you to hear me, sir. If Mr. Britt engages in hostile, combative behavior, call the police. When you call the police, let them know that he is in specialty court with Judge Holmes. They will come and pick him up. They will take him to the jail, and then I will deal with him. I do not expect you all to have to decide, are we in danger? Do we be combative with him? Do we escalate things? I don't expect that. So follow your protocol, but I'm saying do not hesitate. If your protocol allows it, do not hesitate to call the police, but make sure you name drop. I don't let people drop my name, but I want y'all to drop my name. He is in specialty court with Judge Holmes. I promise you they will come pick him up or find him, and I promise you he will be taken care of. Do you hear that, Mr. Britt?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Because Mr. Britt, if you out there using drugs, you don't know what your behavior is. I'm proud of you that you didn't walk away. But I need you to stay there and work, Mr. Britt. You owe it to yourself. You've made so much progress.
I have, Judge. I was gonna ask you for a little bit more time in treatment.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna give you all the time that they designate for you to have in treatment. Ms. Price, did you hear that? He is asking for more time in treatment. He's admitted to use, but he didn't jump off the ledge. He didn't walk away. He didn't abscond this time. We didn't have to go look for him. They brought him in. He stayed at his facility. But I need you to give some thought about, you know, what are the behaviors that and people and places that I'm mingling with so that you can make some different decisions. Can I count on you to do that?
No.
All right, and I can count on you to talk with your therapist one-on-one so they can work with you on those things? All right, very good. I'm not going to sanction you for use. It's going to be a therapeutic adjustment. I am going to require, who has Mr. Britt, Mr. Page? I'm looking at Ms. Cleaver, so I'm like, think Ms. Cleaver case. All right, Mr. Page, I think, oh, Ms. Price is right there in the door. Ms. Price, I am going to ask you to ask his provider to reassess him because he's already there, inpatient. Let's have him reassessed. I want to know their recommendations. And then those recommendations are going to become a part of my order. Okay? And then that way we can get him on the right track. He is requesting additional time in treatment. Make sure that they know that that's what he's requested. Okay? And then I am going to, he's not to leave that facility unescorted. Cannot leave facility unescorted. And the escort has to remain with him. Because even at the hospital, we encountering people. Come on, Mr. Britt, you know, she could have gave you anything. She could have given you anything. And you wouldn't even be standing here today. Come on.
I've given this some thought, Judge, and I've been taking my life more seriously every day, I promise you.
All right, we're gonna work with you. Listen, your next date, Mr. Page, Miss Walker, did you have anything different as to Mr. Britt? You know, we've been back and forth with Mr. Britt, but I'm seeing growth in him, even though he's fallen. I do see growth because he didn't walk away from that facility like he usually does and cause us to have to come looking for him.
Yes, Judge Shannon Walker on behalf of the people. I'm definitely glad I didn't have to make that call yet again to the Detroit Police Department to go get Mr. Britt. However, Mr. Britt, please understand, I'm happy to do so if need be. Judge, I'm concerned that Mr. Britt is still using. I'm concerned we're this far in and he's not making the better choices. But as this court said, he didn't leave. That is a step in the right direction. But I just want Mr. Britt to be clear that I would have no problem sending the police out if he chose to use or abscond again.
All right, you heard that? All right. His next date is going to be in person on June 27th, and you are invited. Please join us. It's going to be wonderful at 10 o'clock a.m. And that is going to be at Ford Field in person. All right. And he'll get his next court date from there, okay? All right. All right, Mr. Britt, I'm counting on you and I'm rooting for you.
I'm sure I'm not gonna let you down.
I don't want you to let you down. All right? You deserve it. You owe it to yourself. All right. Yes, sir. Yes, I don't want him to let himself down. Absolutely. There you go. All right. You are free to leave with your escort and go back to the facility. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. All right. Very good. I'm going to try to do as many as I can. I need to check first on those intakes. I can't hear you. I got two fans blowing back here.
My intake is Davis is talking to Attorney Reed right now. They're almost finishing up and they should be ready.
All right, very good.
Ms. Jackson said she's ready on Mr. Weaver, Tony Weaver.
And what about the jail? Let me get those together. All right, Mr. Page, did you have anyone else?
Patrice Ellis is down there, Judge, in the courtroom.
Where's Patrice Ellis?
She has her daughter with her as well.
Okay. All right, and Mr. Page, are you ready on Miss Ellis?
Yes.
Did Miss Ellis need to speak with an attorney?
No, she does not.
All right, come on, Miss Ellis. Miss Ellis, why you here with your daughter today?
I forgot to, I had a text on that and I missed the text.
Come on, Miss Ellis, work with me. Do I have Miss Ellis on my docket?
No,
She's
she
not?
shouldn't be, no.
Okay, so I'll add her. All right. Mr. Page, can you please put a case number on the record?
Yep, 1 second. I have 220-452-5601 for Patrice Ellis.
All right, Miss Ellis, state your full name for me.
Patrice Nicole Ellis.
All right, and you have your daughter back, right?
Yeah.
All right, and I see that makes you smile, but listen, I still need you to call every day. When your color drops, go in the morning, get it out the way, so we don't have any issues, okay?
My problem, be, Your Honor, like, I have a problem with, because I don't have a babysitter for my daughter. And when I do have my cousin, I have to catch the bus, drop her off, drop her off on the afternoon. But I think it's best if I go in the morning too.
I think it's best as well, Mr. Page. I know that I've indicated connect her with Sesame Street in the community. Has that connection been made?
I've tried, the person that they told me to connect with was Miss Griffin, and Miss Griffin is supposed to make the connection with the defendant. I did my part as far as letting her know and giving numbers and all that stuff, but I don't know.
Okay,
if she's
I need you to follow up.
Okay.
I need you to follow up. Follow up with Miss Griffin, let her know. She has a small child. She's trying to work this program. We have resources available to us through All Rise. We want to use those resources. So if Miss Griffin is not moving, you need to follow up. And let's make sure Miss Ellis gets what she needs. All right, Miss Ellis, you've been sitting with me all morning and you have your daughter with you. All right, Miss Page, do you have any different recommendation? I recommend that her sanction be that she sat with me for almost 3 hours.
Yes, ma'am. That was all. She just made an honest mistake and didn't call, but she's been pretty good. So I'm good with that sanction, Judge.
All right. That is going to be your sanction. You already have your next court date?
June 27th at 10 o'clock.
And you can bring your daughter, okay?
Okay, I will. Thank you.
All right, where is she?
Right here. She was sleeping.
She was sleeping. Mama got you sitting up here on your wonderful, warm summer day. Good morning to you, beautiful. Good morning. Bye, Vic. Hang in there. All right. You are so beautiful. Tell me your name. I can't hear you. Oh, that's beautiful. Paris, your name is beautiful, just like you. All right, you and your mom get ready to leave, okay? I'm gonna see you next week at a celebration. Make sure I get a chance to speak to you, okay? All right, enjoy your day, ma'am. All right, thank you, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Page.
Thanks, Judge.
All right. I need to keep going. Who has Mark Harris? Are we ready on Mark Harris?
I have Mark Harris.
All right, come on, Mark Harris. I really want to get those intakes done before lunch, you all, and I've got to take you ready? Okay, good. I'll do him. I've got to take a break because I've been sitting here since 8:30. All right, let's go for Mr. Mark Harris. I have case number 220-443-5501. Mr. Harris, state your full name for me, please.
Mark Harris.
Mr. Harris, why are you sitting in my box today?
I got a blue test.
Why do you have a diluted test?
Because I couldn't use the bathroom, so I just went outside and started drinking water. It was at the end of the day too. I had a lot going on at work that day, and then the next day I tested. I had to go test, but I just went in the morning, so I didn't have to deal with it that day.
So you heard what I said to everybody. If your color drops, go first thing in the morning. First thing in the morning.
Sometimes it's hard because I gotta go all the way to the west side. I gotta drop my kids off at school. That was their last week of school too. Right?
Then see your case manager about helping you to get to a closer location or coming to 36th District Court. But you've got to go test, okay?
The one that was closer got closed.
It got closed. I don't control that. All right. Miss Cleveland, what is your recommendation as to Mr. Harris?
Your Honor, I believe, I know that the weather is changing, and I believe that, we have had him sit today for half a day. He got here first thing in the morning. I would like to report his screen today is good. He doesn't have any issue today. Your Honor, the morning report would be my recommendation because he has sat here and he is aware now, he not have all of that before he goes to test. They recommend, the testing site recommends 2 hours, nothing to eat or drink 2 hours prior to testing. And they're aware of that before, so just he's got to follow those directions.
Got to follow. All right, Mr. Harris, lesson learned. All right, now, I know Mr. Harris hasn't been before me on a sanction for a moment. And so I'm going to follow your recommendation. The time that you've sat in the box will be your sanction. And Mr. Harris, get up, go test, okay? All right, very good. You doing well otherwise?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very good. I'm going to see you on the 27th at 10 o'clock a.m. in person.
I'll be there.
All right, awesome. Thank you, sir. All right, I'm going to go to Ms. Monahan very quickly. Ms. Cleveland, were you able to look to see? Okay. Are you taking over this case?
I think they
for now.
That actual case. Yes.
Okay, all right, very good. I have for Caitlin Monahan, Z8090471. Please state your full name for me. All right, Ms. Monahan, you've got to go test.
Yes.
Okay, you know that's why you're in my box.
Yes, I do.
You know you have to test a minimum of 2 times per week, random.
Yes.
Call every day because I may add a test. You know that as well.
Yes, so I was waiting to hear back from Mr. Griffin about my registration at the testing place, and then we never heard anything, and then I didn't find out I missed any tests until yesterday afternoon.
All right.
So it will never intentionally happen.
And I believe you. And so listen, Miss Cleveland, I'm not going to issue a sanction this morning. I know that she has been sitting or what have you, but now you know that I told you you had to test when you came before me for your intake. So at the point that you weren't tested, you should have zoomed back in, come back in, called something. You've got to make sure that you do the things that the court has ordered you to do, okay? So I thank you for coming in this morning. Ms. Cleveland, did you get her registered?
Yes, she was actually in the system. She just has to call. That's why the judge has been mentioning that today. You have to call them because we have a compliance law. And if nobody's calling, I can see it, I can report to the court, 0 compliance. And that's something that I can do.
Okay, so I think that was confusing as well because I was voluntarily testing before my sentence happened. And I had to re-register my account there, and I did that yesterday.
All right.
So when I call, it should be correct.
All right. Very good. So Ms. Cleveland, just make sure that she's scheduled 2 times random, a minimum. I may add a different one, another one, but call every day, okay? All right. Very good. Ms. Cleveland, anything else you want to add, or do you have a different recommendation?
She did explain to me what was going on when I talked to her, and I tried to explain additional information to her. I am available. I think you have a telephone number now in my email, and she's going to be on track, Your Honor. That's what she assures me. I wanted to say I love you, but I appreciate you. I love them.
All right. All right. So then I can give you. Today was today a regular hearing for her?
She was brought in.
All right. And so does she have a future hearing date?
Yes, does. Graduation.
Graduation. All right. I want to make sure I'm not changing anything. So June 27th at 10:00 a.m. All right? Thank you. You are free to leave.
Thank you.
All right. Very good. I am going to do the intake because I have an interpreter. Is the interpreter still on for the intake for Mr. Gomez? And then case managers for people that have not shown up. I don't see the intake. I'm sorry, the interpreter. She may have had to step away. I had some additional cases. Hold on. For Mr. Britt.
That's the same one, but he was already on the document, we added them at 8.
Got it.
So it's
Thank
the
you.
same.
It's making me seem like I'm not covering any ground today. All right, I'm gonna take them off. Okay, thank you. All right. Well, the interpreter is not back. Can we do the other intake? Has the other intake met with Ms. Price?
Your Honor, the interpreter is here.
Oh, okay, I was calling for you. Are we ready
I
on the
apologize, Your
case?
Honor.
That's
I
okay.
apologize.
Is Mr. Gomez ready?
Señor Gómez, usted está listo. Señor
Let's
Gómez,
do
usted
Mr.
está listo.
Gomez.
Señor Gómez, usted está listo.
He's coming. All right, Madam Interpreter, are you able to turn on your camera, please? All right, there we go. Let's
Your Honor, can you
do
hear the
it.
interpreter?
Barely.
Hear the interpreter?
I just need to know his. Does she have a phone? Do you know? Miss Price.
Your Honor, can you hear the interpreter?
I can hear the interpreter. Let the record reflect that the interpreter has already been sworn in. And so, Ms. Price, can you approach for a quick second for me?
Señora Price, ¿se puede por favor acercar al estrado?
All right, Madam Interpreter, I am ready on case number 24044311701 for Miguel Gomez. Please have Mr. Gomez state his full name for the record.
Bueno, ahora nos encontramos presentes en el acta para el caso del señor Gómez. Por favor, señor Gómez, diga su nombre completo y correcto para que conste en el acta.
Miguel Benjamín Gallego Gómez.
The interpreter indicates Miguel Ramiro Gómez.
Thank you. Good.
Gracias, buenos días.
Madam Interpreter, is everything okay?
Yes, Your Honor, my son is in the car, Your Honor, and he was upset that I was looking out for a piece of paper so that I can write down things.
That's
The
okay,
interpreter
that's okay. I just wanted
apologized,
to
Your
make
Honor.
sure
I
you
am
were
stepping
okay.
out of the vehicle, though.
Okay,
Thank
all
you, Your
right,
Honor.
let's do it. All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Gomez, are you ready to work the program?
Señor Gómez, ¿usted está listo para trabajar en este programa? Yes, I am ready.
All right, you've had an opportunity to speak with the case manager as well as an attorney, and are you satisfied that they have answered all of your questions today?
Usted tuvo la oportunidad, señor Gómez, de hablar con la directora de su caso, al igual que con el abogado, y ellos pudieron contestar todas las preguntas y usted está satisfecho con esto.
Sí.
Yes, I am.
All right, and so Mr. Gomez, do you admit that you have a problem with the substance and that you could use some help through the court?
Y señor Gómez, entonces usted admite que usted tiene un problema con abuso de sustancias y que usted está pidiendo asistencia por parte de este tribunal. Yes.
All right, very good. And do I have your commitment to follow the court's orders, even if those orders have to change depending on your need? Do I have your commitment to comply with my orders?
Bueno, y entonces yo tengo su compromiso para cumplir con las órdenes que le estoy dando y que estas órdenes pueden cambiar a medida que usted se vaya comprometiendo con nuestro programa. Yo estoy creyendo que usted se quiere comprometer con nuestro programa.
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Ms.
Gracias.
Harris, you've had the opportunity to look at the lien. Did you find that Mr. Gomez was a violent offender or a substantial threat to the public?
Bueno, señores, usted tuvo la oportunidad de mirar el acta del señor Gómez. ¿Usted cree que él es una amenaza para la comunidad o que puede causar algún daño?
Your Honor, I did review his lien. He is not a violent he is not a violent offender, nor is he a substantial risk to the community.
Thank you.
Yo tuve la oportunidad, su señoría, de revisar su caso y él no representa un riesgo para la comunidad ni es una persona que haya tenido un pasado violento.
And then Ms. Harris, did he undergo the appropriate assessments here at 36th District Court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Y señora Harris, él hizo la evaluación necesaria aquí en la Corte 36 del Distrito, sí, su señoría.
Mr. Reed, did the participant, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Fikens, did you find that your client is eligible to participate in our program pursuant to state and federal law?
Y Mr. Fiken, ¿usted encontró que su cliente puede participar en este programa basado en la legislación estatal y federal?
He is eligible to participate pursuant to both Michigan and federal law, Your Honor.
Él es elegible para participar basado en la legislación tanto de federal como estatal. Gracias.
All right, and did you also explain to your client the potential outcomes upon successful completion of the program?
Y usted le explicó a su cliente cuáles pueden ser los resultados después de haber completado el programa.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sí, su señoría.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. You may present Mr. Gomez just the information that I haven't already covered.
Bueno, muchas gracias, señora Harris. Entonces usted puede presentar a su cliente basado en la información que yo tengo.
Your Honor, today we have Miguel Gomez, who's a referral from Judge Austin Garrett. He is a 20-year-old Hispanic male. Mr. Gomez resides
Su señoría, su señoría, el señor Gómez fue remitido a nosotros por parte del tribunal de el juez Austin. I'm sorry, what is the name of the judge, Your Honor?
Austin Garrett.
Thank you, Your Honor. El juez Austin Garrett remitió al señor Gómez a este programa. El señor Gómez es un hombre de 21 años de edad.
Mr. Gomez resides in the city of Detroit and is employed full-time.
El señor Gómez vive en la ciudad de Detroit y es empleado tiempo completo.
Mr. Gomez reports he has completed the 9th grade level of education in his home of Guatemala, Mexico.
El señor Gómez indicó que él hizo hasta el 9º grado de educación en su país, Guatemala.
Mr. Gomez does not have any children.
El señor Gómez no tiene ningún hijo, no tiene hijos.
Mr. Gomez is at least 18 years of age.
I'm sorry, what did you say, ma'am?
Mr. Gomez is at least 18 years of age.
Oh, thank you. El señor Gómez tiene por lo menos 18 años de edad.
He does want to participate in the specialty court program.
Él quiere participar en este programa que le está ofreciendo el tribunal.
He has no prior felony convictions for violent offenses.
Él no tiene ningún pasado judicial o un registro criminal con delitos previos.
Has not participated in a specialty court program in the past 10 years.
Y no ha participado en el programa de reposición en los últimos 10 días.
Mr. Gomez did test today and yesterday and was negative both days for all substances.
El señor Gómez tuvo pruebas el día de ayer y el día
All right.
abuso
Thank
de,
you.
para ningún manejo de sustancias.
Mr. Fikens, what would you like me to know about your client, please?
Señor Fikens, ¿qué quiere usted que yo sepa con respecto al delito?
He was very pleasant and cooperative when I met with him.
Él era muy amable y cooperó cuando yo me reuní con él.
He stated that he wanted to do the program and needs help.
Él indicó que él quería participar del programa y que necesita ayuda.
We talked about the need to test and to come to court either in person or by Zoom to appear in front of this judge.
Nosotros hablamos de la oportunidad de poder venir al tribunal o a este juzgado para presentarse ante el juez, ya sea vía Zoom o en persona, y también de la obligación de presentar, hacer pruebas.
Lastly, Judge, we talked about how we're all human beings and sometimes we fail.
Nosotros también hablamos, su señoría, de que a veces nosotros cometemos errores y podemos fallar,
But we get back up.
pero que nosotros nos podemos levantar.
And the importance is to be honest during that process.
Y lo importante es ser honesto durante este proceso.
I recommend him for acceptance into this program.
Yo estoy recomendando que él sea aceptado en este programa.
Thank you. All right, based on the information that I've heard, I am accepting you into our program.
Bueno, basado en la información que yo he escuchado, yo lo voy a aceptar en nuestro programa.
Do you have any questions for me on today?
¿Usted tiene alguna pregunta para mí con respecto a lo que ha ocurrido el día de hoy?
No. I look forward to working with you. I am going to see you next week on June 27th at 10 o'clock a.m. in person at Ford Field.
Bueno, entonces yo estoy esperando espero la oportunidad de poder trabajar con usted y quiero que se presente usted en persona a las 10 de la mañana el día 21 de este mes a las 10 de la mañana en Fort Field.
All right, before you leave, Madam Interpreter, we need to
Yes, Your
go
Honor.
into a breakout room because there's something that has changed about his provider, and we need to make sure that that can be interpreted to him.
Absolutely, Your Honor. El intérprete va a ser colocado en una sesión separada porque necesitamos aclarar algún asunto sobre el cambio de un proveedor de servicio y necesitamos que esta información le sea interpretada al señor Gómez.
And the last thing I want to remind the case managers, for those that require an interpreter, we need to make sure we have one interpreter for each group that shows up at 10 o'clock on Thursday so that they can sit with their clients and interpret during the ceremony.
Y quiero aclararle a todos los directores de caso que para aquellos individuos que necesiten un intérprete para esta ceremonia que se va a llevar a cabo en Fort Field a las 10 de la mañana, van a tener que pedir la asistencia de un intérprete para cada individuo para que de esta manera, al sentarse en esta ceremonia, cada uno pueda entender lo que se está llevando a cabo en Fort Field.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Couple things. One, I believe that we will have to have a request put in by Ms. Mack for an interpreter. I don't know.
Yes, Ms. Mack will put it in, but I just need to make sure you all organize to where they're going to be, and yes.
Sí, la señora McBoy está pidiendo la asistencia de intérpretes y ella dice que sí, pero que por supuesto yo tengo que asegurarme que todos ustedes sepan cuál es el procedimiento y que cada uno tenga el intérprete que necesita o que lo pida para poder estar presente en este evento.
I would like to request a scheduled face-to-face or consultation, I'm sorry, the scheduled consultation with Mr. Gomez via Zoom on Wednesday, the 26th in the morning with an interpreter so that I can make sure he knows everything for Thursday.
Absolutely.
A mí me
Granted.
gustaría pedir
So,
que
Ms.
se
Mack.
haga una consulta el día 26 de este mes con el señor Gómez y la asistencia de un intérprete para que de esta manera yo me asegure que el señor Gómez está entendiendo todo este proceso. The interpreter wants
All
to
right.
clarify, did you establish a time? I heard
I'm
the
going to
26th,
do it
but I don't know.
on Wednesday, the 26th, and I'm just gonna put it on for 8:35 a.m.
Me gustaría que se presentara en la audiencia vía Zoom a las 8:30 de la mañana del día 26.
And it'll be on Zoom.
Y esta va a llevarse a cabo vía Zoom.
All right. So if Ms. Harris, if he can go into the breakout room with Ms. Harris, you all
Bueno.
will go into the conference room with Ms. Harris. And then you all, you want to do it?
I'll do it right the moment. I was just gonna see if we can possibly do this white before I go in there, because I don't know how long it's gonna.
No, I need to do my other intake. The folks that are coming in because they have issues, they may have to see me in the afternoon. I'm sorry. No, I'm going to do my other intake. All right.
La señora Harris vaya entonces a la sala separada para que de esta manera pueda continuar con este proceso para el señor Gómez y el intérprete va a ser transferido a esa sala separada.
I should be able to get Ms. White done before I break, but all right, very good. So he's going to go into the conference room with Ms. Harris. Ms. Harris, are you ready for him?
Usted va a ir a una sala de conferencia con la señora Harris y ella lo va a dirigir a este lugar para que pueda de esta manera hablar con el intérprete.
Yes, he can go into the conference room. And
Bueno,
then we will.
Él va a ir a la sala de juntas.
And then he'll be free to leave when he finishes with Ms. Harris.
Y ya puede retirarse una vez haya terminado la audiencia con la señora Harris.
You're welcome. All right. He should be going in the conference room with Ms. Harris.
I am in my way,
okay.
Your Honor.
Okay, and then let's make sure they get into the breakout room. All right, I need to go to the jail and then I'm gonna do my next intake. Are we ready on Ms. Rhodes?
Judge, we are ready. She has not yet spoken to Miss Price.
All right. Ms. Price, are you available to speak with the young lady from the jail? And actually, we're gonna make this real quick because they've been sitting, the jail's been sitting all morning. You're not the holdup. I just, when the jail comes on, I want to make sure I can get them moved. And so I don't even know that you knew she was on. Her name is Jessica Rhodes. Ms. Rhodes is an absconder from our program. She has been picked up on my warrant. She's at the Wayne County Jail. She is a part of our Wednesday docket. She has requested, and Ms. Jackson, you may not have been on when she asked the court, would I consider letting her stay in the program because she really wants to get the help. But I need to find out from Coho what her substance uses are, what her substance use, and maybe you can look in DCCMIS, actually, Ms. Jackson, and tell us what her DOC was. And then also, I need to put her in the proper treatment program. So you may not be able to get to do that on this morning, Ms. Price, before I leave, or before we break from 12 to 1 and I come back from my afternoon docket. So would you like to schedule with Coho to have her brought back on Friday? And then that way, that would give you and Ms. Jackson an opportunity to let's get her on the 1-800 number. Let's get her into services, because if she wants to work the program, I want her to work it. And it looks like there's nothing that's keeping her from working. I know I blindsided you, sorry.
I definitely assist her, but Sergeant Cole can get her on that 1-800 number.
Okay.
That's why I was speaking to him about it.
Okay, let's do that, Ms. Jackson, in fairness to you, because she needed to see how things run anyways, since she's saying she wants to come back into our program. So Ms. Jackson, I know you getting your footing and you're doing a great job. I want to just say that. You are. You definitely are. You certainly have the heart to do this work. And so, but I would like you to work in conjunction with Ms. Price to get him on that 1-800, to get her on that 1-800 number. And let's bring her back. I'll adjourn her to Friday. Friday is June the 21st. Okay. And I will put her on, I'm going to put her on at 8:35 a.m. That way, if we have some issues, we can get those worked out sooner than later. All right, Ms. Rhodes, so you're going to have to hang tight for a couple of more days, okay?
So I won't be, okay.
Yes, ma'am. That's what happens when you walk away. I'm so sorry. I am, but it takes us a moment to get you into the appropriate services, all right? And hopefully when you get there, you're gonna stay. And then Mr. Reed, Mr. Fikens, I thought I saw Ms. Warfield. Ms. Warfield, we may be good. I think the remainder of our cases are for our regular docket. And so, and Sergeant Cole, see, y'all don't have cameras on. I don't know y'all here.
You just got here.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. So what I'd like to do is to make sure that we can get her processed and get her into placement. And I'm going to put her on for Friday at 8:35 a.m. Sergeant Coho, Ms. Price says she'll work with you to get her on the 1-800 number.
Okay, who are we talking about, Judge?
Miss Rhodes, I'm sorry, Miss Rhodes. You said I'm just getting to the party, and the judge already passed me the baton.
Okay, Jessica Rhodes, I see her right now. Okay.
Yeah.
So we getting her on the
Okay.
800 number, and what's our desired location that she's going to be going
We
to?
need to get her into the appropriate treatment facility.
Okay, so whatever they're suggesting. Okay.
And she's probably more than likely, because I only have one case for her, Ms. Mack, let's make sure she has no others. If she only has one case, she's going to get a house arrest tether. But she'll get that here at 36 District Court. If she has more than one case, we may do a Wayne County tether.
And when do you want to see her back, Judge?
Friday morning, 8:35 a.m. That's on the 21st.
21st. Okay,
All
I got
right.
it. I got it down.
Thank you, Sergeant Coho. Thank you.
No problem. All right.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Miss Rhodes. Hang in there. Thank you, Miss Warfield. She doesn't have any other cases. All right. So, Miss Jackson, you know that she'll have to get a house arrest tether. Make sure you ask your colleagues about that.
Okay.
And we'll make sure it happens. Okay?
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right. Very good. Who do we have that's getting dressed on the screen? Mr. Brooks. Do we have anything for Mr. Brooks? Is he on my docket? Yes, he is. At 10 o'clock. For Mr. Brooks, any updates on Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks was supposed to be going to alternative to another place. He should not still be in jail. So what's going on with Mr. Brooks? Nobody has an answer for me on Mr. Brooks? I need somebody,
Well, Judge, was there a forensic or something that was required on Mr. Brooks?
was Mr. Brooks sent for a forensic exam? Sergeant Coho, can you hear us?
I think that's what Mr. Fikens told him.
I'm back right now, Judge. I'm looking.
Okay. All right, I'm going to mute Mr. Brooks. You need a moment, Sergeant Coho?
Okay.
Go ahead. No, I'm gonna be ready when you're ready because I don't want to have you all waiting.
No, I'm looking right now to see if we have anything uploaded.
All right, very good. While we're doing that, I'm going to have the remaining intake, Miss Davis, if you could please join us. And which day is which day court?
With, our regular.
All right, thank you. Let me know, Sergeant Coho, when you are ready. Or if it might take you a moment, I want to start with my.
That's fine. I'm still researching this, Judge.
All right, thank you. Oh, is Weaver here?
Yes.
That's another intake, Miss Jackson?
Yes.
Okay, are you ready on Weaver?
I am.
I'll do him after I do Miss Davis. All right, wonderful. Let's go. I have for Tracy Davis, Z8084981. Miss Davis, state your full name for me.
Tracy Davis.
Good morning, Miss Davis.
Good morning.
All right, and you are so pleasant. I know you have been sitting with us all morning. Are you ready to work this program?
I'm ready to do this.
You're ready to do it. All right, Miss Davis, you've had an opportunity to speak with our case manager as well as the attorney. Are you satisfied that they've answered all of your questions?
Yes.
Wonderful. Miss Davis, do you also admit that you have an issue with substance that you believe you can receive some assistance through the court?
I can use some assistance, sure.
All right, awesome, very good. And so did they also explain to you the benefits of working this program?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, I did have a couple of questions, but you'll get to that later.
All right, very good. I am going to make sure I answer your
Thank
questions
you.
today. All right, and so Ms. Davis, do I have your commitment to follow the court's orders while you are in this program?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Ms. Cleveland, did you look at the lien? Is she a violent offender or a substantial threat to the public?
I did look at the lien, Your Honor, and upon review, she is not a violent offender, nor is she a substantial threat to the public.
Thank you. Did she undergo any assessments here at 36 District Court or the requisite assessments?
Yes, Your Honor, she has.
All right, very good. Who's the attorney for Miss Davis?
I talked to Miss Davis, Judge.
All right, Mr. Reed, did you determine that she is eligible to participate in our program pursuant to Michigan law?
Yes, Judge, she is eligible to participate in our program pursuant to Michigan and federal law.
All right, thank you so much. And then, Mr. Reed, did you also take the time to explain to your client the benefits of working this program?
Yes, Judge, we did talk about benefits. We talked about education, housing, family reunification, and we also talked about employment.
Wonderful. All right, Ms. Cleveland, you may present Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to present Ms. Tracy Warren Davis for a presentation today on for potential entry into the specialty court program, Your Honor. Her charge is OWI. She's 56 years of age. She is an African-American female, Your Honor. She has completed some high school, and she also has a certificate from one of the trade schools that she attended, Your Honor. She indicates to me that she's working part-time and that she does have 2 adult children, Your Honor. Custody is not an issue for her. I am waiting on the status of her license. I'm doing a review, but also she's indicated to me, I believe that, sorry, have you indicated to me that your license was in a certain status right now? Is it restricted or can you?
It's non-existent. I actually had a permit at the time of my infraction.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's one of the things that.
Hold on.
Okay.
Okay. But, and that's, you're gonna talk about that with your attorney, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I won't be able to advise you about your license. All right.
Your Honor, her eligibility criteria is that she does want to participate in the program, Your Honor. At 56, she is age compliant with the program, Your Honor. She does admit to the conditions that have brought you before her. And she does not, currently, she does not have any prior felony convictions for a violent offense. She has not participated in a special court program within the last 10 years. Your Honor, I also would like to bring for the record that Ms. Davis started off in probation, so she has some time under her belt. And as far as doing some of the work, however, a violation at the end of May had her referred here. So a 14-month contract is reflecting the time that is available to her to continue to the 24 months at this time. So I just wanted to bring that to the court's attention. She has indicated to me what her substance of choice is. I will share that with Your Honor. I am still waiting. I don't know if she's able to have her screen today, but I'm waiting.
No, I didn't, but I'm willing.
Okay, so we have not had the opportunity to have her screen just yet, Your Honor. And she is eligible for our program, Your Honor, and I am recommending her admission.
All right, thank you. Based on the information that you've heard, I know you have some questions about your license, but for your permit, and I want you to make sure you ask those questions to your attorney. But at this time, do you have any questions for me?
I do have some monetary questions. I paid like a little bit of my, what do you call it, restitution. I wanted to know, even if I have some more restitution, will you count that restitution I've already paid?
So if you have paid fines and costs with respect to the matter that you were charged with, yes, I'm going to apply that. But if it's restitution, meaning you damaged somebody's property, or you harmed someone, so no, it was fines and costs. That will be applied. So Ms. Cleveland, let's make sure, apply any fines and costs that she's already paid.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions?
Yes, what about this amnesty program? Do I gotta go to probation for a while before I can talk about this?
I don't have an amnesty program. You're in specialty court now. So that doesn't apply to us, as far as I know, but you can ask the attorney about it.
Okay.
I won't be able to advise you on it. All right, yep, always. Listen, I'm glad that you have decided to work the program. I know that it can help you if you work it. And so you're gonna have a great case manager, Ms. Cleveland.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and so I wanna encourage you, ask your questions, call every day for your testing. We are here to help you, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, I'm going to give her next date, Ms. Cleveland. Why don't you have a consultation with her on the 25th. And I'm going to put that down for 1:30 p.m. And you can decide when you do it and what time you do it. I'm just doing it so it doesn't fall through the cracks. And then her next court date will be June 27th. And that will be at 10 o'clock a.m. in person at Ford Field, okay?
What day is that?
That's a Thursday.
Beautiful.
All right, very good. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
All right, very good. Unfortunately, it is 11:59. I have to release the case managers to go to lunch. We still have one more intake. And so, Ms. Jackson, I'm gonna leave that to you if you want to do 5 minutes, but I do need to take a break. I've been sitting in this seat. Everybody other than Antamisha White is going to go into custody until I come back. I'm gonna try to get them done, but you all said you weren't getting lunch break, so now you're gonna get lunch break at 12 o'clock. No, I'm gonna get it at 12 o'clock. Yeah. All right, and if there are warrants that need to be provided, please provide those warrants. Ms. Harris, stick your head out for a second. Please
we did have a
provide your warrants.
10:45. We have a 10:45.
Yes, I'm gonna stay on to do your 10:45s. Yes, ma'am. I'm about to call those now. What about for Brooks, Sergeant Coho?
Okay, Judge, the last thing that I'm seeing that we have is that I sent you an email on that. Okay, so that
I'm
letter,
on the bench. I'm sorry. I'm
I
not, it's not even coming through.
okay,
Sorry.
it was a letter from the forensic center. I don't know if you want to take a chance to read
no,
that.
I don't.
Nope.
I don't.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me put my phone in the right place and I'll be able to pull it up. Give me 1 second.
So I'm not sure what that's all about.
Oh, yes. Oh, the report is going to be delayed.
Okay. So we could probably put Mr. Brooks out again until we get a hold of that delay.
Oh, man, they're saying 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah. Mr. Fikens, can we, I would like to find placement for him and I can make that a term and condition of his bond until I get that report. I would hate for him to just sit in jail.
Judge, I certainly agree with that. It doesn't appear that he's going to be, that this court is going to receive a report for some time. If he can be given treatment options before that time, we'd be greatly appreciative.
Judge, we could probably get him on the 800 number as well with Jessica Rhodes, and then we'll take it from there and see what D. Wynn advises.
Can you do that? I'm gonna put him back on my docket for Friday.
Okay.
At 8:35 a.m. That's June 21st. And so, Ms. Jackson, do you have Mr. Brooks as well?
I do not have Mr. Brooks.
Then that means who has Mr. Brooks? Okay, let's put him on for Friday, the 21st. And then let's see if I can do Mr. Fikens. We'll get him on the 800 number with Sergeant Coho. And then I will do, as a term and condition of his bond, I'll do what they assess him as, okay?
Thank you,
on the
Judge.
level of care they assess him for. I'll put him on for 9:30.
Okay, Judge. We'll handle both of those today.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant Coho. I appreciate you.
No problem.
Can I have this copy? Yes. To go to his file? All right. Very good. Thank you. All right. I need to just do Antamisha White just very quickly. Can you place, is Miss White on my docket?
She is not. I have this bad look for case
Okay,
number.
give me a case number.
I have case number for Miss White. I have Z8059921 and 197019951.
All right, Miss White, state your full name for me.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Anthony White.
All right, Miss White, you know why you're here, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I know that you went somewhere and you couldn't get back to test, but as you heard me say earlier to someone else, you have to have a backup plan. You have to Test results are good today?
Yes, Shannon.
All right, very good. Ms. Harris, do you have a different recommendation? I'm going to give her a verbal warning to have a backup plan when it comes to testing.
That would be my recommendation, but she's been here for about 3 hours, so I feel
That's
like
what, yeah, that'll be her sanction, then she's been sitting.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your dad's doing well?
He's actually, he's out of the place, and he would leave him.
I heard.
Yes, ma'am. So it was a very, special event that was brought to him in Selena Arbor, and we went there Saturday, but we didn't get back until late last night.
Okay.
And that's why I missed it.
Just have a backup plan.
I'm gonna try not to miss any more, Your Honor, 'cause I'm-
Okay.
I'm trying to do good. I've been
You,
doing
no,
good
you
so
are
far.
doing good, ma'am.
Yes,
You're
ma'am.
doing very well. You're making good moves for yourself.
I got
Okay.
to home and he's gonna get it.
All right. That's why I called your case.
Thank
And
you.
so I'm going to see you again on June 27th, and that will be at 10 o'clock a.m. in person at Ford Field.
Okay.
All right, you're all set. Thank you. You too.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Thank you.
All right.
Everybody have a good one.
You too. I know, but listen, they're about they don't get a lunch break. So that's the problem. Let me ask give Mr. Wade on the phone for me. And then while we're doing that, I'm going to call Mr. Weaver, stay put. I'm going to, Ms. Walker, are you ready on the trials?
Yes, Judge.
All right. And then Corey Brooks, Miss Wilson, Corey Brooks, SP 146-47141, U 602-469-21-237-146-801. Case number 237-146-541. Case number 227-146-781, and case number 234-926-171. Corey Brooks was adjourned to June 21st at 9:30 a.m. All right, very good. Ms. Walker, I know you're gonna take me through this and I'm gonna live and not die. Come on, let's do it. Did you get Mr. Wade on the line?
They're getting him on the line, Judge.
All right, very good. Ms. Jackson, I'm going to ask Mr. Wade if you can present your person. But if not, I'm going to take a break. Oh, I am. I have to. And so let's do it. Ms. Walker, how do you want to do it? Going straight down the list?
Judge, if we can go the opposite way, if we can call Rodney Ashford first, because I have Officer Nichols here.
All right, very good. For everybody else from.
Judge, I don't mind presenting, just so you know.
No. Who's talking to me?
Oh, that was me. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Prosecutor Walker, we always also have Officer Lloyd in the courtroom on,
Mr. Wade, mute me for a second, please.
Okay.
Mr. Wade. I have one more intake for.
Hi.
Miss Jackson. Let's do, Miss Walker, I'm gonna ask you to hold tight for 1 second. I'm going
Judge,
to,
I-
I have
I'm gonna have
spoken.
to go to my cell phone because I have to get to my son. So I'm just gonna log out and log back in my cell phone.
And then I'll be ready for you. I'll do this
Okay.
very quickly, okay?
All right.
All
thank
right,
you.
very good. You're very welcome. Thank you for your patience. I am ready on the intake. What's the name again? I'm sorry.
Mr. Weaver.
Mr. Weaver.
Tony
Is he on my
Weaver.
docket?
Yes, Judge. You should be.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm blessed.
Right
All right.
after, Anthony Ross.
There we go.
Got it.
All right, let's do it. Miss Jackson, I am ready. I have the following matter for Tony Weaver. Case number 230-443-5101. Mr. Weaver, state your full name for me.
Tony Kent Weaver.
All right, thank you so much for your patience today. You've had an opportunity to see how this pretty much works. We're moving kind of fast today because we have a lot of people on the docket on today
I
due to
understand,
scheduling.
Your Honor.
All
And
right.
I know you say you've been here since 8:30, and so have I.
I know I have been, but I'm gonna get you done, Mr. Weaver, okay?
God is good.
All right, yes, he is. All right, and so, Mr. Weaver, are you ready to work this program?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
All right, you had an opportunity to speak to a case manager as well as an attorney. And so did they answer all of your questions for you?
Yes, I do, and also on.
Yes, they did. Did they answer your questions?
Yes, they did, Your Honor.
All right.
And also on June, I might add, June the 20th, I have to attend Teen Wellness,
Okay.
which is a program which I've already attended to, attending and will be constantly attending.
All right, very good. Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Price. And listen, Mr. Weaver, I have your commitment to working this program.
Yes, Your Honor.
Wonderful. And following the court's orders.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good, very good. And so do you realize that there are some concerns that you may have where the court may be able to help you navigate some things? Do you admit that?
I do admit that, Your Honor.
Awesome, I appreciate it. Ms. Jackson, you've had the opportunity to look at the lien. Did you find Mr. Weaver to be a violent offender or a substantial threat to the public?
I did look at the lien and I did not find him to be a violent threat or an offender to the public.
Okay, a violent offender or a substantial threat to the public? It's been a long morning.
Or offender or a substantial threat to the public.
All right, thank you so much. That's okay. Who was the attorney that talked to Mr. Weaver? Who talked to Mr. Weaver?
I don't know, Judge. I know I didn't talk to him. I don't know who talked to him.
Did Mr. Vikings talk to Mr. Weaver?
I don't see Mr. Fikens on the screen. I see Attorney Warfield. Is
Ms.
this a Wednesday?
Warfield, did you talk to Mr. Weaver?
I did not talk to Mr. Weaver, Your Honor. And I'm not sure where Attorney Fikens went.
All right, I think we're good with your cases though, Ms. Warfield. I think we're good. We are good.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, y'all, listen.
I'll talk to him, Judge, if you put me in the breakout room with him.
Did you go and talk to an attorney?
I didn't this morning. I thought you were speaking of Attorney Stevenson, which I had.
No.
Okay.
No, you've got to talk, Ms. Jackson, he's got to talk to an attorney. Outside of that, he's got to talk to an attorney. I can't do his intake until he talks to an attorney. So I'm gonna have to bring it back for the afternoon unless you can get it done, Ms. Jackson. Y'all, I've got to take a break.
Okay.
So
You
you're gonna
put me
have
in
to
the
have a seat,
breakout
Mr.
room.
Weaver. We're gonna get you. Who's in that breakout room right now? Ask Ms. Price, can we borrow that breakout room for him to talk with the attorney? All right, Ms.
Your
Walker,
Honor.
are you on and ready to go?
Your Honor, can you please?
For the interpreter? I think it's the interpreter trying to speak to me, you all.
Good morning. The interpreter had problems while I was speaking with Mr. Gomez. Can you please send me to the conference room where he's at once again?
All right, Ms. Wilson, if you could do that, that would be great.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Fikens, can we start with
Yes.
the traffic docket? I
Yes,
have
Judge.
released all of the case managers, but I'm going to continue with my docket. So case managers should be at lunch. All right,
If we could-
Mr. Fikens, yes.
If we could start with Mr. Al Sabahi, that was a state court matter. I've discussed that matter with the prosecutor, and he has extended an offer which we would like to accept.
Thank you. I have for Mr. Al Sabahi, case numbers 242-966-311, case number SP 106-06891. Mr. Al Sabahi, if you could unmute and state your full name for the record.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Hisham Al-Sabahi.
Thank you. Mr. Fikens, how are we proceeding?
Judge, there's another matter that I wish to enter on this court's docket. I can do that now or at the appropriate time.
Do you have this other case that Mr. Fikens is talking about? Make sure you all circle with Ms. Mack before we come on. Come on, give us that case number.
V500 65323 is set for trial this Thursday, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. How are we proceeding, Mr. Fikens?
Judge, as to the matter ending in 6311 on today's docket, the offer has been that if he extends a plea of no contest, the court would consider a delayed sentence. And because he pled on a similar matter the second to last time we were here, and the court gave a delayed sentence until November 22nd, the recommendation is that if this court would accept the no contest plea, that would be extended until November 22nd. The reason that was done was to ensure that him and his brother would get their license for next year, which they are working on right now.
All right, and as to the remaining two matters?
They would be dismissed, Your Honor.
Upon successful satisfaction of the court, payment of the court's fines and costs?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Al Sabahi. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Al Sabahi. You've heard the recommendation placed on the record. You can place your hand down by the defense attorney, Mr. Fikens. Do you wish to take advantage of the people's offer?
Yes.
All right, and you understand, sir, that these matters were scheduled for trial and that you have the right to call witnesses at trial and to cross-examine the people's witnesses and have the people prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Yes.
And you understand that if I accept your plea of no contest, that you are forever giving up those rights to call witnesses or to cross-examine the people's witnesses?
Yes.
All right, has anybody promised you anything to get you to plead guilty or no contest on today?
No.
All right, Mr. Fikens, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we're satisfied with his constitutional waiver. To establish liability, we would stipulate to the face of the ticket, which indicated on the date and time of that citation, he was giving or selling tobacco products to minors.
Thank you. I am set. Go ahead.
I apologize, Judge.
All right, I'm satisfied. I'll accept the plea of no contest. I'll follow the recommendation for a delayed sentence to November 22nd, 2024. And upon payment of fines and costs, all of the matters will be dismissed no later than November 22nd, 2024. Mr. Fikens, is there anything you need to tell me before sentencing?
I just want to indicate to the court that my client was very cooperative in this process. He has pled before. He wanted to get these matters taken, put behind him. He knew he was running into trouble with not getting a license. He now has a license. There was a delayed sentence in order to make sure that he would get the next license, him and his brother. I think that's all being taken care of, Judge. They realize their past conduct and they're trying to right the ship, Judge. So I think we're headed in the right direction with these gentlemen, and appreciate any assistance that you might give. He did plead before.
All right, Mr. Vikers, your client just pled guilty to selling cigarettes to a minor. And so I am going to, he's talking real loud. I'm going to assess our cost today in the amount of $225. I am going to assess the fine in the amount of $150. I will give your client until November 22nd, 2024 to get everything paid. If he gets it paid earlier, Mr. Ficus, you all can notify me and I'll go ahead and dismiss him. Otherwise, we'll wait until November 24th, okay?
Thank you so much, Your Honor. We appreciate that.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mack. Mr. Ficus, who do we have up next?
Well, the only other person we have is Mr. Ashford. I have an offer for Officer Nichols' case or Sergeant Nichols' case. I don't have an offer on, I was told there was an Officer Lloyd in the courtroom. I can contact the prosecutor right now. I think she's on the move. My client, however, is willing, if the officer is willing, to tender a guilty plea on Officer Lloyd's case in exchange for the plea being reduced to failure to display.
Okay, Mr. Ficus, you.
Officer said yes.
Oh, let's have the officer place his appearance on the record, please. This is on which case? I'm sorry.
That's the 162819521.
What's the defendant's name?
Rodney Ashford, Judge.
Oh, okay, all right. Let me call all of Mr. Ashford's cases. I have case number SX207-21622, U264-87015, U628-47222, case number 16219-8891, case number 162819521, case number 173-545-371, and case number 237-526-091. Officer, let me have you place your appearance on the record, name and badge number on the record for us.
Lloyd, that's 3891.
Thank you. And so you were, 1 second, did you indicate that you were okay with the recommendation that was made?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ficus, is your client accepting that recommendation?
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you. Then you are free to leave, officer. You are in good shape. Thank you so much for your patience this morning. I appreciate you. All right, very good. Are there any other officers as to Mr. Ashford?
Yes, Officer Douglas Nichols.
Okay, very good. And he has a number of other tickets. Can you put them all in order for me?
Yeah, I had an.
Okay.
I took out the ones with the two first.
Oh, okay.
You want it that way or not?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, that's the one he's gonna plead on. All right, Mr. Ficus, tell me what the deal is.
Judge, there are 7 matters. 2 matters will be pled to. The other 5 we're asking to dismiss for failing of the complaining witness to attend.
All right, very good. Mr. Ficus, which 2 matters will your client be pleading guilty to?
That would be 16281.
I can't hear you, Mr. Ficus, you're muffled.
I'll try it again, Judge. 162819521.
Is that the one I have? Okay.
And 237526091.
All right. Can I get that one too, Ms. Manning? Thank you, Leah. All right, very good. Let me have your client, please raise your right hand for me.
Unmute too, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ashford. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please place your hand down and state your name for the record for me.
Rodney Ashford.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ashford. All right, Mr. Fikens.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, you understand that in each of these matters, you have a right to a trial, correct?
Yes.
And on 2 of the matters, you wish to give up that right and enter guilty pleas, correct?
Correct.
Are you making this decision freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Has anyone forced you into doing this or promised you anything to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
I'm satisfied as to his constitutional waiver, Your Honor. May I do a factual basis?
Yes, you may.
Sir, as to ticket number 237526091, on the date and time of that citation, were you operating a motor vehicle in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And when stopped by Officer NPO Nichols, did you and asked to present a driver's license, you could not do so because your license was not valid, correct?
Correct.
And sir, I direct your attention as well to ticket number 162819521. On the date and time of that citation, were you operating a motor vehicle in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And when asked to produce a valid license by Officer Lloyd, you could not do so because your license was not valid, correct?
Correct.
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
All right, I'm satisfied as well. Are any of these matters being amended? Mr. Fikens?
Both are being amended to failure to display, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And then the remaining matters will be dismissed upon full payment of fines and costs.
I believe so.
Is that correct?
Well, I think that is, yes, Judge, I think it's correct. That was not an part of the offer from the prosecutor because the officers didn't show, but that's more than.
Wait,
fine.
Mr. Fikens, what are you saying? I'm sorry, what are you saying?
These officers did not show. So.
Oh, so those are gonna be dismissed because they did not show.
Correct. Not part of.
Okay, gotcha. All right, very good. I'm ready for sentencing on the 2 matters that he pled guilty to. I need the other 3 so I can stamp them dismissed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Ashford came to court. He was well attired, very respectful. He's come through Judge Meinecke's program in Royal Oak with trying to get his license back. And he's cleared up a lot of matters, and these are the last ones to clear up. I admire his stick-to-itiveness. I know that program well. It's not as tough as this court's program, but you got to work at it. And so I know he's put some time into getting his license back. So, Judge, we just want you to know that prior to sentence.
All right, thank you. I'm going to assess costs only as to 1 matter, and that is the matter ending in 1952. I'm assessing our costs in the amount of $250. I will assess the fine in that particular matter at $50. And then for the remaining matter that your client pled guilty to, that fine will also be $50. How much time does your client need to get it paid?
He indicated to me 2 months. Is that correct, Mr. Ashford?
Yeah, by the end of August.
The end of August?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to schedule you for a review date on September 6th, 2024. And that's going to be at 10:30 a.m. As long as you get it paid, you do not have to return to court. The matters will be closed out, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, all right, very good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, take care and be safe.
Yes, ma'am.
Officer Douglas. All right, Mr. Fikens, are we ready on the last matter for trial? Alexander Allen?
I believe that is a no-show, Your Honor.
All of these are what's on my docket? This looks like more.
Your Honor, this interpreter was never transferred to a breakout room where Mr. Gomez is being instructed
Can you all
on some
figure out where
matters.
where the interpreter goes for Mr. Gomez, please?
I don't know where Mr. Gomez's physical location is right now.
Yeah, he left. No. Okay, he left. Would
Oh,
you
Your Honor.
please
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, would you please, hold on, I'm gonna have you, let's give her Ms. Harris's number. Can you please call Ms. Harris and see what's going on?
Yes, ma'am. If you can please
All right.
provide me with the
What's-
phone number, I'll
What's
be
Ms.
happy to call.
Harris's office number?
Yes, it's 313
Yes, ma'am.
965
Mm-hmm.
8707.
I will call Miss Harris right away. Thank you very much.
That's the right number too.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Mr. Alfred, you are all, Ashford, you are all set, sir,
Okay.
and free to leave. All
Thank
right,
you.
take care.
Okay.
You're very welcome. All right, Mr. Fikens, what about the last matter that's scheduled for trial? All right, let's call it.
Case number SP 154-23931, SP 154-23932 for Alexander Allen.
All right, Alexander Allen, I'm calling once, calling twice, calling 3 times. That person, none of these people should be in my courtroom. They should all be at lunch. Please remove them.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Which I'm not gonna say is that the judge had y'all in here and didn't send y'all to lunch. That's what y'all not gonna do. Thank you. All right, Mr. Allen has failed to appear. These matters were scheduled for trial for trespassing and for disorderly person. Capias will issue, the bond will be set at $100 cash or surety as to each matter. Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Price, as to the 10:30 for Mr. Al Jalawi, did he pay?
Yes.
All right, and so SP 150-40771, he paid, I'm closing that matter. And then I'm dismissing the following matters, right, Ms. Price, without prejudice? Case numbers, not Ms. Mack, I'm sorry. SP 149-16051, SP 150-2423, counts 1 and 2. Those are going to be dismissed without prejudice. The first matter that I placed for the improper place should be closed.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Miss Jackson, did she finish with her intake?
Well, I'm really on Mr. Weaver, Judge. I did talk to Mr. Weaver in the breakout room.
I
I'm
know,
ready
but
to
now
present.
we've got to get Miss Jackson because Mr. Weaver's been sitting all morning and I didn't know no one had spoken to him.
Yes, Judge.
No, yes, get on Zoom right now. Okay, all right. She's gonna see that she was kicked off. She's coming right now.
Yeah, because I don't have, the young lady that's at the end, no, I don't have case managers. They have to do their lunch break. They have to. Yep, so they'll have to go down. Sorry about that, you all. Let the record reflect, I've been working all morning.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, just one more thing.
Did Miss Jackson get back on? Is she getting on?
She said she was big now, yes, yes.
Did Ms. Jackson join us?
Yes, she's joining now.
All right.
Good afternoon again, this is,
Judge Holmes, Judge Holmes, all right.
Judge Holmes.
Yes, let's do it. Ms. Jackson, the attorney has had an opportunity to speak with your client. And so I'm going to go ahead and proceed very quickly, so that I can get you to your lunch break. And
That's
so
fine.
let's, all right, very good. And so, Mr. Reed, did you go in the breakout room? Was it Mr. Reed?
Yes, Judge. I went in the breakout.
All right.
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Reed, did you determine that your client is eligible pursuant to Michigan and federal law?
Yes, Judge, he is eligible to participate in our program pursuant to Michigan and federal law. Yes, Judge.
All right, wonderful. And did you also talk with your client about the benefits of participating in our program?
Yes, Judge, we did talk about the fact the case cannot be dismissed, but it can be closed with improvement. We also talked about the fact that the program is concerned about employment, education, housing, family reunification, and we have areas of support.
All right, awesome, awesome. All right, and so Ms. Jackson, you may proceed with presenting Mr. Weaver.
Yes, I had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Weaver last week. We went over the program, the advantages of the program, and we talked intensively in regards to his current situation. So I present to you today, Mr. Weaver. He's a Black male, 63 years old. He lives in Detroit with his wife. He has 2 children, 34 and 30. He also has 3 grandchildren, 4, 6, and 2. Mr. Weaver attended high school at Persian High School, later graduated from Highland Park. He has some college under his belt from Ashford College. Mr. Weaver has been participating in the program to this date. His drug of choice is alcohol. On 6/3, Mr. Weaver tested positive for alcohol and marijuana. 6/10, he tested positive for alcohol and marijuana. 6/14, he tested negative, and 6/18, today's date, he tested positive for alcohol.
Mr. Weaver, you cannot drink while you are with us.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I will say that I had talked extensively with Mr. Weaver, and I told him the best way to be in this program is to be honest, to be truthful, because your outcome can and could be different, but you have to be honest. And after saying that to Mr. Weaver, talking to him last Thursday, he called me Saturday night, and it was very late. And I talked to Mr. Weaver, and he admitted that he did have a drink. So I told him the disadvantages of drinking, but I did thank him for contacting me to talk to me about his urges and the things that he was going through at that particular time. So we talked for about an hour at 1 o'clock in the morning. I took the time to talk to him because he needed to talk to someone. And he did admit to me, and I also told him I had to report it to the court, and he said that was fine, but I needed you to know, and I wanted to be honest with you. And I thanked him and was grateful for his honesty.
All right. All right. So, Mr. Weaver, you have struggled with alcohol, is that correct? You have. Are you ready to get some help?
Yes.
And it's had a harsh impact on your life, right? It has. On your family?
Yes.
All right. Listen, you are in the right place at the right time to get the help that you need. And so if you just come to the table with this much of willingness to work this program, we will help you. Okay?
Thank you.
And we will walk alongside of you and work with you, but you've got to show up. That's what I need you to do. Show up for your testing right now and show up for your services at Team Wellness. Can I count on you to do that?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Listen, if at any time you believe that struggle with alcohol is more than you can handle, you pick up that phone. I want to make sure he has the hotline number, the 24-hour hotline number. And I want you to call it. And if we need to get you in a different level of care, say something. Say something, because we want you to be well and we want you to be able to overcome the addiction of alcohol, okay? All right, we're on your side. We're on your team, okay?
Thank you, thank you.
All right.
I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Reed, what do you want to tell me? Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Mr. Reed, what do you want to tell me about Mr. Weaver?
Yes, Judge, we did talk in the breakout room. He was respectful and courteous. We went over the court's order. We talked about testing, counseling, community service, paying fines and costs, honesty being the best policy. He understands he cannot leave the state of Michigan without permission of the court. He also understands that the court has the ability and the power to alter or amend the order when necessary. Judge, we talked about his driver's license. He indicated to me that his license is restricted at this time. I would like to take a look at his SOS just to verify that. Judge, he said he wants to participate. I'm recommending his participation. And thank you, Judge. That's my completion. Thank you.
All right, very good. And since you want to participate and you are ready to get the help that you know you need, I'm accepting you into our program, Miss Jackson. For now, I'm going to have him do a consultation with you on Tuesday, June 25th. I'm going to put it on for 1:30. All right, and you can conduct it at any time that works for you, or even if you need to do it a day earlier. I just need you to get it done. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't want him to fall through the cracks. So I'm putting him on the 25th for 1:30. And then I am going to see him on the 27th of June at 10:00 a.m. in person at Ford Field. And Ms. Jackson will give you all the details, okay?
Okay.
All right, it's so nice to meet you, and I look forward to working with you. All right.
27th, that is.
Next week, Thursday,
Next
at
week.
10:00 at Ford Field.
Okay.
All right, but you're gonna talk with Miss Jackson? Do you need to see him today, or do you need to see him? You're gonna talk with him on Tuesday. Is he all set up to test and all of those things?
Yes, he's all set up, but I'm coming down to speak to him because he has some money.
Okay, all right. Make
Boys
sure you
fines.
take your lunch break, ma'am.
I will.
Make sure you take your lunch break. All right, very good. Miss Price, did you have anything for me on, you're all set. Have a seat. She's gonna come down for you. Did you have anything asked to Mr. Britton?
No, and I was just about to reach out to his probation officer because I didn't hear anything yet. But I was gonna
Okay,
ask.
reach out.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mr. Marcus Harris is on the phone. He said that he's been trying to reach out to Mr. Griffin to find out when is his court date or what time. When I look on there, I think it was at 9:35. You want me to tell him to come on now, or what you want me to tell him to do?
No, he's tell him to come back on at 2:00. That's all I can tell him.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. I've got to take my break, y'all. All right, court is in recess. I'll be back on at 2:00. Thank you. We
Thank
don't
you,
have
Judge.
staffing
Yes,
today. I
Judge.
scheduled a meeting in its place. And so I've got to go to my meeting. Sorry.
Understood, Your Honor.